Looking back, it's easy to see the moment things went sideways. The exact second the world decided to tilt on its axis and reveal something it usually keeps hidden. But at the time, all I saw was a perfect autumn day, a clear trail, and the promise of a quiet afternoon hike. I was 27 that year, working a stressful job in the city, and weekends were my sacred time for escape. My go-to was always the sprawling state park about an hour and a half outside of town. Not the main touristy loops, but the deeper, less maintained trails, the kind that require a printed map and a bit of common sense. I'd been hiking these woods since I was a kid, first with my dad, then with friends, and eventually, more often than not, by myself. I knew these trails like the back of my hand, or so I thought. I prided myself on my preparedness. Good boots, plenty of water, a fully charged phone, a first aid kit, and always a physical map and compass, because you never trusted electronics entirely out here. That day I'd chosen the Old Miller's Path, a winding loop known for its fall foliage and a particularly challenging climb up to Widow's Peak. It was an 8-mile trek, give or take, usually a comfortable 4-hour round trip for me. I'd done it countless times. My mistake, the first, was heading out a little later than usual. It was a crisp Saturday morning, but I'd gotten caught up doing chores and didn't hit the trailhead until closer to noon. No big deal, I reasoned. 4 hours of hiking plus an hour of daylight buffer. I'd be back at my car well before sunset. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves, a smell that always brought a strange comfort. The sun, already past its zenith, cast long, golden shadows through the tall pines and bare-limbed oaks. It was incredibly peaceful, too peaceful maybe. As I began the ascent towards Widow's Peak, the trail narrowed, the underbrush growing denser. This was my favorite part. The main path had petered out, and I was truly alone, just the crunch of leaves under my boots and the occasional distant squawk of a jay. The map was tucked into my pocket, but I barely needed it. I could have walked this section blindfolded, or so I believed. I remember glancing at my phone around 2:30 p.m., just after cresting the first major ridge. I'd made good time. Another hour, maybe an hour and a half, and I'd be at the peak. Then it was mostly downhill from there. The light was starting to soften, taking on that slightly muted quality of late afternoon. It was perfect for photos. But as I continued, a subtle change started to creep in, something I initially dismissed as just the deepening shade of the woods. The familiar path ahead, though, seemed to stretch out a little too far, the trees a little too dense, the shadows a little too long. Then came the silence, not the usual quiet of a forest, alive with the rustle of unseen creatures and the distant calls of birds. This was a deeper, more profound quiet, a silence that felt less like an absence of sound and more like an active presence pressing in from all sides. It felt heavy, smothering, the sort of silence that makes the small hairs on your arms stand up without you even knowing why. And then I saw it. Just a faint shimmer, almost like heat haze, at the far end of the trail where it bent sharply out of sight. A distortion in the air that shouldn't have been there, not on a day this cool and still. For a split second, it looked like the very path itself was wavering, like a mirage. I stopped dead, my boots pressing into the fallen leaves, and strained my eyes. The shimmer was gone, replaced by the same dense, familiar woods. Just a trick of the light, I told myself, chalking it up to fatigue and the way the sun was hitting the distant trees. But the silence remained, thick and unnerving, and in the back of my mind, a tiny, cold seed of dread had just been planted. I forced myself to take another step, then another. Just a trick of the light, I repeated, trying to convince the rising panic in my chest. You're tired, you're overthinking it. But the silence didn't lift. It clung to the trees, swallowed the distant chirps that should have been there. even muffled the crunch of my own boots. It was as if the forest held its breath, waiting. My gaze kept darting to where the shimmer had been, but there was nothing now but the familiar dense growth, bathed in the same softening light. The air, though cool, suddenly felt thick, like wading through unseen water. I tried to shake off the feeling, to return to the simple rhythm of my hike, but the easy comfort of the woods was gone, replaced by an unsettling foreignness. I pulled out my phone not to check signal. I knew it was patchy out here, but to look at the time again. 2:38 p.m. Still plenty of daylight. I opened the map app just for a moment to confirm my position against the physical map I carried. The blue dot showed me exactly where I expected to be, midway up the ascent to Widow's Peak, right on the Miller's Path. The reassuring grid lines and familiar curves of the digital topography were a small comfort, a touchstone to the normal world. I tucked it back into my pocket, resolving to focus on the physical trail ahead, not on imagined distortions. The path continued its gentle incline, winding between ancient oaks and younger maples, their leaves a riot of red and gold. It was beautiful, undeniably so, but the beauty now felt off, like a meticulously painted backdrop behind which something else lurked. I found myself scanning the tree line, not just appreciating the view, but searching for movement, for anything that might break the heavy quiet. My senses, usually a reliable guide in these woods, felt heightened and unreliable all at once. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch made me jump. After what felt like an eternity, though my watch told me only 20 minutes had passed, I reached a spot I recognized, the fallen giant. An ancient pine struck by lightning years ago lay sprawled across the forest floor, its massive trunk a moss-covered bridge for smaller creatures. The trail veered sharply around its base. This was a clear landmark, one I'd passed countless times. Seeing it should have brought back my confidence. It didn't. Something was different. The fallen pine was there, yes, but the way the light hit it, the density of the undergrowth around it, even the angle of the trail, it felt subtly altered. Like looking at a familiar photograph that had been ever so slightly photoshopped. The sense of déjà vu was strong but warped. I stopped again, breathing deeply, trying to calm my racing heart. I ran my hand over the rough bark of the fallen tree, trying to ground myself in its tangible reality. It was real. I was real. So why did everything feel so wrong? I consulted my physical map, unfolding its creased surface with a slight tremble in my fingers. I traced the path, found the mark I'd made at the trailhead, and estimated my current position. The fallen giant was clearly marked. According to the map, a small, seasonal stream should be running just beyond it downhill. I listened. Nothing. No murmur of water. It was a dry autumn, I reasoned. Maybe the stream had simply dried up this year. But a small detail like that, combined with everything else, chipped away at my certainty. I pushed on, my pace quickening. The desire to reach Widow's Peak, to gain that panoramic view and reorient myself with the world below, became an urgent need. I needed to see familiar, distant landmarks to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. The climb steepened, the path becoming rockier. This section was usually a bit of a scramble, but today it felt like a relentless, unending ascent. The air grew cooler, sharper, and the shadows stretched even longer, painting the forest floor in deep, shifting patterns. Then I saw it, or thought I saw it, a flash of movement in my peripheral vision just beyond a thick cluster of hemlocks. Too quick to identify, too fleeting to be certain. My head snapped around, but there was nothing. Just the silent, waiting trees. My breath hitched. Was I alone out here? The question, which usually filled me with a sense of peaceful solitude, now brought a chilling dread. I tightened my grip on the trekking poles I'd brought, feeling the cold metal against my palms. I kept moving, trying to ignore the prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched. But the woods were playing tricks on me. Every twisted branch looked like a looming figure. Every rustle of dry leaves sounded like approaching footsteps. My imagination, usually a source of creative escape, was now my enemy, conjuring shadows and threats from the ordinary. The light continued to fade, not with the gentle, gradual decline of a normal sunset, but with an almost abrupt, unnatural haste. The golden hues quickly gave way to a somber, muted gray. It was as if a giant hand was slowly pulling a curtain across the sky. I checked my watch again. 3:50 p.m. It shouldn't be this dark, not for another hour at least. The feeling of disorientation intensified. My internal clock, usually so reliable in these woods, was screaming that something was wrong. I finally crested what I thought was the last major incline before Widow's Peak. The trail opened up onto a small, relatively flat plateau, usually affording a glimpse of the distant valley before the final short scramble to the summit. But as I stepped out, there was no expansive view. The trees, instead of thinning, grew even denser here, forming a wall of dark, tangled branches that stretched as far as I could see. There was no clear path leading further up, no discernible peak, just more woods, suffocatingly close. My heart plummeted. This wasn't right. This wasn't Widow's Peak. I knew this trail. I had climbed it dozens of times. The summit was unmistakable, a rocky outcrop with sparse vegetation and a clear vista. This was nothing, just a continuation of the same oppressive forest. I pulled out my physical map again, unfolding it with shaking hands. I looked for any deviations, any forgotten turnoffs, anything that could explain this impossible vista. My finger traced the familiar lines of Miller's path, leading clearly to Widow's Peak. The map showed a distinct change in elevation, a sharp rise to the summit, followed by a clear descent. What I was seeing did not match. I looked down at the compass clipped to my backpack strap. The needle spun wildly for a moment, then settled, pointing vaguely north, then west, then east, never quite locking on. I tapped it, shook it gently, but it continued its erratic dance. My stomach lurched. A malfunctioning compass was a serious problem, but combined with the impossible terrain and the deepening twilight, it felt like a deliberate act of sabotage by the world itself. Panic began to set in, a cold, hard knot in my gut. I wasn't just lost, I was in a place that didn't make sense. The familiar woods had vanished, replaced by something that looked like them but wasn't. The air grew colder still, and I could see my breath in small, ghost-like puffs. I pulled on my thin hiking jacket, zipping it up to my chin, but the chill was deeper than just the temperature. It was a cold that seeped into my bones, a primal fear. I had to backtrack. That was the logical next step. If I'd somehow missed a turn, or if the path had changed, going back to a known point was the only way. I turned around, intending to retrace my steps down the incline I'd just climbed. But when I looked, the path behind me seemed to have vanished. It wasn't gone entirely, but it was no longer the clear, trodden trail I had followed. It was overgrown, choked with dense underbrush that hadn't been there moments ago. The fallen leaves that had crunched so satisfyingly under my boots now seemed to coalesce into an indistinguishable carpet, hiding any sign of my passage. The trees seemed to have closed ranks, their branches interlocking to form an almost impenetrable wall. It was as if the forest had swallowed my footsteps, erasing them the moment I made them. A whimpering sound escaped my throat, low and involuntary. This wasn't possible. I hadn't veered off the path. I was always careful, always aware of my surroundings. And even if I had, the forest couldn't change that quickly, that dramatically. This was an illusion, a nightmare. I tried to rationalize. Maybe the light was playing tricks on my eyes. Maybe I was more tired than I thought, my mind conjuring these impossibilities. I closed my eyes tightly, pressing the heels of my hands against them, counting to 10. When I opened them, the scene remained unchanged. The tangled, pathless forest stared back at me, indifferent and hostile. I had my phone. Even without signal, the GPS should still work. It uses satellite signals, not cell towers. I fumbled for it, pulling it out and immediately opening the map app. The blue dot pulsed, hovering precisely on the spot where it had been before, a clear, identifiable point on Miller's Path, just below Widow's Peak. The irony was a cruel twist. My phone insisted I was on the path, yet my eyes told me the path was gone. I tried to reconcile the two realities, the phone's digital certainty against the bewildering, shifting woods before me. Which was real, the one I could see, touch, and smell, or the one a collection of silicon and code was insisting upon? Doubt gnawed at me. My preparedness, my confidence in my tools was unraveling. I decided to trust my eyes. The path was gone. The map on my phone was lying. Or more chillingly, it was showing me a path that should be there, a path that used to be there but no longer existed in this particular reality. I pocketed the phone, feeling a profound sense of isolation. I had to move. Standing still was inviting trouble. I chose a direction, somewhat arbitrarily, trying to angle myself back towards where the main trail should have been, towards the general direction of the trailhead. I pushed through the undergrowth, branches tearing at my jacket and snagging on my pants. The silence returned, deeper and more oppressive than ever, amplifying the sound of my own ragged breathing and the thud of my heart against my ribs. As I struggled through the dense woods, the feeling of being watched intensified. It was no longer a fleeting impression, it was a palpable presence. I could almost feel eyes on my back, cold and unblinking. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my head swiveling from side to side, but I saw nothing, just the endless, dark trees. The light continued its unnerving retreat. What had been late afternoon gloom was now closer to deep twilight, almost night. I cursed my late start, my complacency. I should have been back at my car, safe, warm, and sane. Instead, I was deep in a forest that was actively trying to confuse and disorient me, a forest that had rewritten itself. I stumbled, catching myself on a gnarled root. Looking down, I realized I was standing on ground that felt different. The soft, loamy earth I was used to was replaced by a gritty, almost sandy soil, dotted with small, unfamiliar pebbles. The trees themselves seemed to shift in character. The familiar oaks and maples were fewer, replaced by towering, needle-leafed trees that I couldn't quite identify, their branches laden with a strange, dark moss. The air carried a faint, sweet, cloying scent, like decaying flowers and something metallic, a smell I'd never encountered in these woods. This was no longer Miller's Path. This was no longer the state park I knew. I was somewhere else, somewhere profoundly, terrifyingly alien. I remembered my dad's lessons from when I was a kid. If you get lost, stay put. Conserve energy, make yourself visible, signal for help. But what if staying put meant being trapped in a place that didn't make sense? And who would I signal? This wasn't just lost in the woods anymore. This was something else, something unnatural. I had to keep moving. I had to find a way out, to find something familiar, something that made sense. The idea of spending the night in this place, in this twisted parody of a forest, was unbearable. I needed to move, to run, to escape. I pushed forward with a frantic energy, fueled by pure terror. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation, a way to fit this into my understanding of the world. A sudden, localized atmospheric phenomenon. a strange hallucination brought on by exhaustion or a hidden chemical in the air, but it felt too real, too persistent. The silence, the distorted landscape, the rapidly falling light, it was all too consistent to be a figment of my imagination. After what felt like hours of struggling through the increasingly dense, unfamiliar woods, the ground beneath my feet changed again. The strange sandy soil gave way to a slick, muddy track. The trees here were different still, taller, narrower, their trunks a pale, almost phosphorescent green in the deepening gloom. And then through the gloom I saw it, a faint glow in the distance, a flicker of artificial light. Hope, sharp and sudden, pierced through my terror. A cabin, a park ranger station, a lost hiker's campsite, anything human, anything normal. I pushed through the last of the undergrowth, scrambling over a thicket of thorny bushes, ignoring the painful scratches on my arms. The light grew brighter, pulsating with an eerie rhythm. As I broke free of the trees, I stopped dead, my breath caught in my throat. This was not a cabin. This was not a campsite. Before me stretched a clearing, not a natural one, but a perfectly circular space, edged by the strange green-barked trees. In the center, a structure rose, slender and impossibly tall, reaching into the twilight sky. It wasn't made of wood or stone or metal, I recognized. Its surface was smooth, seamless, a dark, lustrous material that seemed to absorb the ambient light, yet somehow glowed with an internal, shifting luminescence. The light I had seen was emanating from this structure itself, a soft, rhythmic pulse that seemed to beat in time with my own terrified heart. It was utterly alien, completely out of place in any forest, let alone the familiar state park. It looked like something from a science fiction movie, a forgotten monolithic monument, impossibly ancient yet impossibly advanced. It had no windows, no doors, no discernible features, just that smooth, dark, pulsating surface. Around its base, where it met the muddy ground, there was a faint, almost imperceptible hum, a low thrumming vibration that I felt more in my bones than heard with my ears. The air here was heavy, charged, prickling my skin, and the smell, the sweet, metallic scent I'd noticed earlier, was much stronger here, almost overwhelming. I stood transfixed, my fear momentarily overridden by a profound, almost dizzying awe. What was this? How was it here? Was it responsible for the strange changes in the woods, for the impossible disorientation? My mind, still desperately trying to grasp at logic, spun through possibilities. An art installation, a movie set, a prank. No, this felt too real, too powerful. The sheer scale, the otherworldly material, the palpable energy radiating from it, screamed that this was something far beyond human construction. My gaze traveled upwards, following its impossibly smooth lines into the deepening twilight. The top of it seemed to dissolve into the gathering gloom, as if its height stretched beyond the visible world. And then, at a point about halfway up, I saw a subtle shift in its surface. A section of the dark material seemed to ripple, to become less solid, like water disturbed by a stone. As I watched, mesmerized and terrified, a perfect circular opening began to form, silently, smoothly, without a seam or hinge. From within the opening, a soft, golden light spilled out, illuminating a section of the strange structure. And then something moved within that light. A figure emerged. It was tall, slender, and moved with an unnerving grace. It wasn't human. Its body was impossibly elongated, its limbs too thin, too jointed. Its skin, or whatever its outer covering was, shimmered with the same dark, lustrous quality as the structure itself, reflecting the golden light in shifting patterns. It had no discernible face, no eyes, no mouth, just a smooth, featureless oval where a head should be. Yet I felt, with a chilling certainty, that it was looking directly at me. It paused at the edge of the opening, its form silhouetted against the inner light before it began to descend. It didn't walk, didn't float. It simply moved, a fluid, continuous motion, as if gravity had no hold on it, or as if it was merely an extension of the structure itself. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee, to disappear back into the tangled, impossible woods. But my feet were rooted to the muddy ground. My breath was stuck in my throat. I could only watch, paralyzed by a terror so profound it felt like an anesthetic, numbing my limbs, freezing my voice. The figure reached the base of the structure, stopping perhaps 50 feet from where I stood, frozen at the edge of the clearing. It radiated a silent, immense presence, a palpable sense of ancient power and utter, unknowable intelligence. It was terrifying, yes, but also utterly captivating, drawing my gaze, compelling me to witness its impossible existence. It raised one of its impossibly long, slender limbs. It was not a gesture I understood, not a wave, not a threat. It was slow, deliberate, almost ritualistic. And then, from the very tip of that extended limb, a beam of the same soft, golden light I'd seen earlier projected outwards, a slender, focused shaft that swept across the clearing. It wasn't a destructive light. It didn't burn or blast. It simply sampled. As the beam passed over the strange green-barked trees, they seemed to shimmer, their pale trunks momentarily absorbing and reflecting the golden hue. When it passed over the muddy ground, small swirls of dust and debris seemed to rise, briefly suspended in the air within the light's embrace, before gently settling back down. And then, inevitably, the beam swept towards me. My eyes widened, my mind screaming. This was it. This was the end. Whatever this thing was, it had found me. The light hit me, enveloping me in its soft, warm glow. There was no pain, no discomfort. Instead, a strange sensation washed over me, a feeling of absolute stillness, of every molecule in my body being momentarily paused, held in stasis. It was like being X-rayed, but not just my bones, every thought, every memory, every fear. I felt utterly exposed, laid bare, my entire existence scanned and understood in an instant. It was invasive, yet strangely gentle. There was no malice in the light, no aggression, just an overwhelming sense of profound, objective curiosity. The golden light remained on me for what felt like an eternity, though in reality it was probably only a few seconds. Then, as silently as it had arrived, it retracted. The beam vanished and the figure lowered its limb. It stood there, motionless, its featureless head seemingly tilted, observing me. My body began to shake uncontrollably, now that the light's strange influence had passed. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I stumbled backward, nearly falling. My breath came in ragged gasps, and a cold sweat plastered my hair to my forehead. The figure made another movement, subtle this time. One of its other, impossibly long limbs slowly reached down, pointing not at me, but towards a spot on the muddy ground just a few feet in front of my boots. I looked down, my eyes blurry with fear and confusion. There, embedded in the dark, slick mud, was something small, no bigger than my thumb. It was a shard or a fragment of the same dark, lustrous material as the monolithic structure and the being itself. It pulsed with a faint, almost invisible light, a tiny rhythmic beat that mirrored the larger structure. It was an impossible object, a piece of something that shouldn't exist, left deliberately for me. My gaze snapped back to the figure. It remained motionless, silently observing. Was this a gift, a warning, a marker? My mind, overloaded, couldn't process it. The opening in the monolith, which had remained open during the figure's emergence and sampling, now began to close. Slowly, seamlessly, the dark material flowed back together, swallowing the golden light until it was once again a smooth, unbroken surface. The figure, without another glance, turned and moved with its same unnerving grace, disappearing back into the now closing opening. The last sliver of golden light vanished, and the monolith returned to its silent, self-luminous pulse. The low hum, which had seemed to fade slightly when the figure emerged, now intensified, a deep, resonant thrumming that vibrated through the earth and up into my very bones. My eyes were still fixed on the closing aperture when a sudden, blinding flash of light erupted from the very top of the structure, so bright it forced me to clap my hands over my eyes, squeezing them shut. A deafening roar, like 1,000 claps of thunder directly overhead, ripped through the clearing, shaking the very ground beneath my feet. The force of the sound and light was immense, physical. I felt a tremendous pressure, a violent gust of wind that threatened to rip me from my stance. I stumbled back again, falling hard onto the muddy ground, curling into a ball, trying to shield myself from the overwhelming assault on my senses. The roaring and the light lasted only a few seconds, but they felt like an eternity. Then, as abruptly as they had begun, they ceased. Silence, deeper and more profound than anything I had experienced before. Not the oppressive silence of the forest, but an absolute, total vacuum of sound, as if the very air had been sucked out of the clearing. Slowly, cautiously, I pushed myself up, my muscles aching, my head spinning. My ears rang with a high-pitched whine. I opened my eyes, blinking away the afterimages of the blinding flash. The clearing was empty. The impossibly tall, dark monolith, the source of the golden light and the terrifying figure, was gone. There was no trace of it, no scorch marks on the ground, no disturbance in the strange green-barked trees, just the circular patch of slick mud and the impenetrable wall of alien forest beyond. As if it had never been there. My mind reeled. It couldn't be. I had seen it. I had felt it. The light, the hum, the creature. My hand instinctively went to my pocket, to the fragment I had seen, the tiny shard of unknown material. It was still there, my fingers brushing against its smooth, cool surface. No, it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. It had been real. I stared at the empty clearing, my entire body trembling. The immediate danger was gone, but the terror that replaced it was far worse. The terror of incomprehension, of sanity fracturing. What had just happened? I felt dizzy, disoriented, my sense of reality completely shattered. The cool, metallic scent still lingered in the air, a faint, lingering reminder. The muddy ground beneath me was real. The scratch marks on my arms from the thorny bushes were real. The small, pulsating fragment in my pocket was real. I had to get out. I had to get away from this place, this impossible pocket of reality. I scrambled to my feet, my legs unsteady, and stumbled towards the nearest edge of the clearing, pushing through the green-barked trees, my mind screaming with a silent, desperate plea for familiarity. The forest was still alien, still thick and confusing, but now it felt less threatening, less malevolent than the empty space where the impossible structure had stood. The oppressive silence was still there, but now it was occasionally broken by the distant, faint sound of what might have been wind rustling through unseen leaves. Or was it just my ringing ears playing tricks on me? I just needed to walk, to keep moving, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that clearing, between myself and the memory of that thing. I stumbled on, half walking, half running, blindly pushing through the unfamiliar foliage, not caring about direction, only about escape. The light continued its strange, rapid descent, and soon the twilight had given way to an impenetrable darkness. It was a moonless night, and the canopy of the strange trees was so dense that no stars could penetrate. I was plunged into absolute blackness, unable to see my hand in front of my face. Fear, cold and sharp, wrapped around me again. I had no headlamp. I had no spare batteries for my phone's flashlight. I was completely blind in a hostile, unknown forest, my mind reeling from an encounter that defied all reason. I tripped sprawling forward into what felt like a patch of unusually soft, spongy earth. My head hit something hard, and for a moment, stars exploded behind my eyes, pain flaring through my scalp. I lay there, stunned, gasping for breath, the metallic scent suddenly stronger, almost suffocating. As my eyes adjusted to the absolute blackness, or perhaps as some faint, internal luminosity emerged from my surroundings, I became aware of a subtle glow emanating from the ground around me. A soft, eerie luminescence, barely visible, but enough to outline the contours of the ground directly beneath my face. It wasn't just the ground. The spongy earth was covered in something that glowed, a strange, pale fungus growing in intricate, swirling patterns, casting a faint, unearthly light. It coated everything, the roots of the trees, the fallen leaves, even parts of my own jacket where I had fallen. And from it, the sweet, metallic, cloying scent was emanating, stronger than ever. I pushed myself up, trembling, my hand brushing against the glowing growth. It felt cool and slick, almost moist. The more I looked, the more I saw. The entire forest floor here was covered in it, a vast, glowing carpet of unknown biological material, pulsing with a faint, steady light. It was beautiful in a horrifying way, an alien ecosystem flourishing in this impossible place. And then I saw the shadows. Not shadows cast by light, but absence of light, patches of deeper darkness that moved. Subtle movements within the glowing fungus, shapes that seemed to undulate, to shift, to coalesce and disperse. They were too large to be insects, too fluid to be animals I recognized. They were simply things, moving beneath the glowing surface, stirring the pale fungus into shimmering waves. I scrambled backward, a choked gasp escaping my lips. My mind screamed at me, "Get away from that." I had no idea what this glowing growth was, or what was moving beneath it, but every fiber of my being recoiled from it. I pushed myself up again, ignoring the throbbing pain in my head. I had to keep moving, even in the absolute dark. I held my hands out in front of me, blindly navigating, feeling for obstacles, for tree trunks, for anything to guide me. The glowing fungus seemed to extend indefinitely, its pale light just enough to show me the shifting shadows within it, just enough to amplify my terror. I walked, stumbled, and occasionally crawled, my heart pounding, my senses overwhelmed. My imagination, once again, was my enemy. Every shift in the fungus, every faint rustle of leaves became a lurking threat, an unseen monster closing in. The sweet, metallic smell filled my nostrils, making me feel lightheaded, nauseous. Hours passed like this, or what felt like hours. Time had lost all meaning. My phone was useless, its battery probably drained from the constant GPS usage or the strange energy of this place. My map was useless. It didn't show glowing fungus or impossible monoliths. My compass was useless. It still spun erratically. I was completely alone, lost in an alien world that mimicked my own, a world of impossible flora and vanished structures. My mind began to wander, drifting between frantic attempts at logic and outright despair. Was I dead? Was this some kind of afterlife? Had I fallen, hit my head, and was now hallucinating my last moments? No, the pain was too real, the fear too visceral. This was happening. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my foot. I had stumbled again, this time into a jagged root hidden beneath the glowing fungus. I cried out, a raw, involuntary sound, and collapsed to the ground, my ankle throbbing. I couldn't walk anymore. I couldn't move. Lying there, surrounded by the eerie, pulsating glow of the fungus, with the unseen things moving beneath its surface, I felt a profound, desolate hopelessness. Exhaustion, both physical and mental, weighed me down. My clothes were torn, my body ached, and my mind felt like a frayed rope on the verge of snapping. I reached into my pocket, my fingers seeking the small fragment, the only tangible proof that the monolith and the being had been real. I pulled it out. In the dim, ambient light of the fungus, it pulsed faintly, a tiny, steady heartbeat of darkness and light. It was cool to the touch, smooth and strangely comforting in its alien familiarity. I clutched it tightly, pressing it into my palm. It was a link, a connection to whatever impossible forces had brought me here. A profound weariness settled over me, heavy and inescapable. I couldn't fight anymore. I couldn't run anymore. I closed my eyes, the image of the featureless figure and the towering monolith burned into my mind. The rhythmic hum, the cloying scent, the absolute silence, it all swam around me. I was trapped, utterly, irrevocably trapped. All I could do was wait for dawn if dawn ever came to this place. Wait for whatever moved beneath the glowing fungus to find me, or wait for the inevitable descent into madness. Sleep, an impossible luxury, began to tug at the edges of my consciousness, a black, alluring void. I fought it, trying to stay alert, trying to keep my eyes open, but the exhaustion was too deep, the terror too draining. The glowing fungus cast its unearthly light on my face, and the sweet, metallic scent filled my lungs. I squeezed the fragment tighter, a tiny anchor in an ocean of the impossible. And then, just as I felt myself slipping, a new sound cut through the ringing in my ears, a sound that was utterly out of place, utterly familiar, and utterly terrifying. A distant siren, faint, wavering, but unmistakable, a human sound. My eyes snapped open, adrenaline coursing through me, tearing me from the brink of unconsciousness. A siren, here, in this impossible place. My heart leaped with a frantic, desperate hope. Was it a rescue? Had someone found me? Or was it just another cruel trick of this twisted forest? I tried to push myself up, ignoring the pain in my ankle, but my muscles screamed in protest. I strained my ears, trying to locate the source to determine its direction. It faded, then grew louder, then faded again, as if moving, or as if carried on an impossibly shifting wind. It wasn't the steady, approaching sound of an ambulance on a road. It was erratic, ghostly. But it was a siren, a link to the world I had lost, a glimmer of possibility in the suffocating darkness. I had to follow it. I had to. Even if it was another illusion, another trap, the alternative was surrender, and that was something I couldn't bear. Not yet. Not while there was still a whisper of a chance. I took a deep, shuddering breath, the metallic scent burning my nostrils. My eyes scanned the glowing fungus, searching for a path, for a way to move through this terrifying, luminescent darkness. The siren wailed again, closer this time, clearer, carrying a note of urgency that mirrored my own. I had to move. I would move. I pushed myself up, groaning as a fresh wave of pain shot through my ankle. It was a sharp, burning ache, but the siren was a stronger sensation, a current of pure adrenaline overriding everything else. The sound was faint, still distant, but undeniably there. It was a lifeline thrown into the abyss of my terror and confusion. "Hello," I rasped, my voice raw and cracking. It was a pathetic sound, barely louder than a whisper, swallowed instantly by the suffocating silence of the glowing forest. The siren faded again, a mocking retreat, leaving me in the humid, metallic-scented darkness. Had it even been real? Was my mind finally snapping? No, the hope was too strong, too visceral. My body, despite its injuries and exhaustion, was buzzing with a renewed, desperate energy. I had to move. I had to find it. I placed my hands on the glowing fungus, pushing down to steady myself, my fingers sinking into its cool, slick surface. The faint light it cast was just enough to show me the uneven terrain, the gnarled roots that snaked like alien veins beneath the phosphorescent carpet. I tried to put weight on my injured ankle, but a searing pain made me gasp. It was definitely sprained, maybe worse. Walking normally was out of the question. Crawling, I would crawl if I had to. I would drag myself on my hands and knees across this entire twisted landscape if it meant reaching that siren, reaching something human. The thought propelled me forward. I started to move slowly, painfully, dragging my injured leg behind me. My trekking poles were lost somewhere in the fall, or I would have used them for support. My hands, already scraped and dirty, became even more so as I pushed through the glowing fungus, feeling its moist, cool texture against my skin. The sweet, metallic scent, already cloying, seemed to intensify with every movement, a sickly sweet perfume that made my stomach churn. The unseen things beneath the fungus were still there. I could feel their subtle movements, a shifting, undulating presence just below the surface. Sometimes a particularly large ripple would pass beneath my hand or my good foot, making me flinch back, my heart leaping into my throat. They didn't seem to attack, didn't seem to acknowledge my presence directly, but their unseen motion was a constant, unnerving reminder of the alien life thriving around me. I didn't want to know what they were. I didn't want to imagine. The siren wailed again, clearer this time, closer. It was a police siren, distinct and urgent. A wave of profound relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought tears to my eyes. It was real. There was someone out there. "Help!" I screamed, pushing all the air from my lungs. My voice was hoarse, but stronger this time, fueled by a surge of desperate hope. "I'm here, help me." I paused, listening, my head cocked to one side. The siren faded, but then I heard something else, fainter still, almost swallowed by the heavy silence. A distant shout, a human voice. My blood surged. They were calling out. They were looking for me. "I'm here," I yelled again, my voice cracking, tears finally blurring my vision. "Over here." I kept crawling, driven by that sound, by the distant, ghostly promise of rescue. My hands became numb from the cold, slick fungus, my knees ached, and my sprained ankle throbbed with every shift of my weight. But the pain was a dull backdrop now, background noise to the frantic rhythm of my heart. The glowing fungus began to thin out, the pale light becoming patchier. The trees started to change again, the strange, phosphorescent green-barked species giving way to something more familiar, though still not quite right. They were taller than the oaks and maples I knew, their branches more angular, their leaves a deep, almost black green. No longer glowing, the darkness here was profound, alleviated only by the occasional faint pulse of the fungus that clung to the undergrowth. The metallic scent also began to dissipate, replaced by the familiar, damp earth smell of a normal forest, albeit one that still felt profoundly wrong. The air, though still heavy, felt lighter, less cloying. I was moving through the layers of this impossible reality, shifting from one nightmare landscape to another. The siren grew steadily louder, a continuous, urgent wail. It was definitely a police car, and it sounded like it was getting very close, but the quality of the sound was still off. It had an echo to it, a strange, distorted resonance, as if it were being played through a broken speaker or coming from behind a thick, invisible wall. "Hello, can anyone hear me?" I shouted, my voice raw. This time a reply came, clearer and closer. "Hello, is anyone there?" It was a man's voice, deep and gruff. "Yes, I'm here, I'm lost," I screamed back, tears streaming down my face, a mix of relief and terror. Relief that I wasn't alone, terror that this was still a trap. "Keep calling out," the voice yelled. "We're coming to you, keep shouting." "I can't see anything, it's pitch black," I cried, desperation making my voice high-pitched. "My ankles hurt, I think I'm near a glowing fungus." There was a pause, the siren continued its mournful wail. Then the voice came back, a little more hesitant. "Glowing fungus, are you all right, ma'am? Just keep calling out, we're almost there." The hesitation in his voice, the question about the fungus, sent a fresh wave of anxiety through me. Did he not see it? Was I still in this alternate reality, but they were in the normal one? How could they be approaching if they didn't see the impossible forest? I continued to crawl, following the sound, pushing through thorny bushes that tore at my clothes and skin. My hands were bloody, my face scratched, but I barely registered the pain. The siren was deafening now, directly ahead, it seemed. But still, I saw no lights. No flashlight beams, no vehicle headlights cutting through the darkness. "I'm right here," I yelled, straining my neck, trying to pierce the gloom. "Where are you?" Suddenly, the darkness ahead seemed to shimmer, much like the path had shimmered at the beginning of my ordeal. A distortion, a wavering in the air, a mirage effect that grew stronger, more defined. It was like looking through a pane of wavy glass, and through that distortion, I could finally see it. A police car, a black and white cruiser, its emergency lights flashing, red and blue strobing wildly. But it wasn't on a road. It was parked, impossibly, in the middle of a dense patch of normal-looking woods. The trees around it were familiar, sturdy oaks, tall pines, undergrowth of ferns and wild grapevines. No glowing fungus, no alien species. It was the state park I knew. And between me and the car, between the alien forest and the familiar one, was that shimmering wall, a membrane, an invisible barrier of disturbed air, like the boundary between two different worlds. On the other side, two figures stood beside the police car, their faces grim. One was a tall, burly man in a police uniform, his hand cupped around his mouth as he shouted. The other was a younger woman, also in uniform, holding a heavy-duty flashlight, its beam cutting into the shimmering wall but not quite penetrating it. "She's right there," the female officer exclaimed, pointing directly at me, her voice muffled and distorted by the barrier. "She's on the ground." "Can you see me?" I screamed, my voice raw with desperation. "Yes, we see you," the male officer bellowed back, his voice thick with concern. "What's happening? You're in a strange light, ma'am. Are you hurt?" Strange light, they saw me in a strange light, but they didn't see the glowing fungus. They didn't see the different trees. My heart pounded with a fresh wave of terror. The two realities were not overlapping perfectly. I was in their world, but still partially immersed in this world. I tried to push myself through the shimmering barrier to reach for them, but as my hand approached it, I felt a strange resistance, like pushing against thick, invisible jelly. My fingers passed through it, but it was like they were entering cold, viscous water, and the pain in my ankle, which had been a dull throb, flared into agonizing sharpness, as if the barrier was amplifying it. "I can't get through," I cried, pulling my hand back. There's a wall, I'm hurts. The officers exchanged a bewildered look. The male officer took a step forward, approaching the shimmering distortion. He reached out cautiously, and his hand met the invisible barrier. He pushed, but it seemed to yield only slightly. It's like a force field, he muttered, more to his partner than to me. Solid, what the hell is this? Ma'am, can you try to stand up? The female officer asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Try to push through, we'll help you. I looked at my injured ankle, then back at the impossible barrier. Standing seemed impossible, pushing through something that caused such pain, but what choice did I have? With a grunt of effort, I pushed myself onto my good knee, then slowly, agonizingly, tried to put weight on my bad leg. A scream tore from my throat as a white-hot pain shot up my leg. I collapsed back down, gasping, tears streaming down my face. I can't, I choked out. My ankle, it's broken, I think. The officers looked frustrated, helpless. The male officer tried kicking the barrier gently, then harder, but it absorbed the impact with a strange, silent give. We need backup, he yelled into his radio, his voice urgent. We have a hiker trapped in some kind of energy field. Unknown substance, possible injury. Send EMS, fire, and hazmat. Now. Hazmat, the word sent a shiver down my spine. They thought I was contaminated. They thought this place, my place, was dangerous. And they were right. I looked around. The glowing fungus had indeed mostly receded, but pockets of it still clung to the gnarled roots and dark leaves of the trees on my side of the shimmering wall. The faint, sweet metallic scent was still there, but now it seemed weaker, almost an afterimage, overwhelmed by the clean, crisp smell of normal forest air that filtered through the barrier. The distinction was clear now. I was still in the anomaly, but on its very edge, where it pressed against the familiar world. The siren was here, the officers were here, but I was not with them. Not yet. What do you see, ma'am? The female officer asked, directing her flashlight beam at me. It seemed to pass through the shimmering wall, but its light diffused oddly on my side, casting my form in a strange, hazy glow. Describe your surroundings. It's a forest, I began, my voice trembling, but the trees are different, and there was glowing fungus, and a structure, a giant, dark, glowing structure, and a creature came out of it. The officers exchanged another glance, this one filled with skepticism and worry. The male officer put a hand on his partner's shoulder, a silent warning. They thought I was delirious, hallucinating. Okay, ma'am, just focus on us, the male officer said, his voice calmer, more soothing, like one would use with a frightened child. There's no structure here, no glowing fungus, just normal woods. You're disoriented. We need you to try and get to us. My heart sank. They didn't believe me. How could they? They couldn't see it. The anomaly was like a veil, showing them a distorted version of my reality, and showing me their world through a filter of my own. I reached into my pocket, my fingers finding the small, dark fragment, the impossible object, warm and smooth against my palm. I pulled it out, holding it up for them to see. Look, I cried, this is from the structure, it's real. The female officer trained her flashlight on the fragment. Its surface, in the light of the normal world, seemed to absorb the beam, reflecting very little. It just looked like a dull, dark piece of rock. They couldn't see its faint, internal pulse, its rhythmic beat. What is that, ma'am? She asked, her voice still cautious. A piece of obsidian. Obsidian, a volcanic glass. To them, it was just a rock. My last tangible piece of evidence, my anchor to the impossible, was meaningless to them. The isolation intensified. I was truly alone in my understanding of what had happened. The siren wailed, joined now by another, and then another. More emergency vehicles were approaching, their flashing lights growing brighter, their sirens adding to the cacophony. Soon, the clearing in the normal woods was filled with flashing red and blue, the air thick with the smell of exhaust and human activity. A stark contrast to the silent, alien world I was still trapped within. Firefighters arrived, then paramedics, then men in full hazmat suits, their faces obscured by respirators. They approached the shimmering barrier with caution, their equipment gleaming in the flashing lights. A man with a short beard and intense eyes, wearing a vest that identified him as a park ranger, pushed his way to the front. "What's the situation, Officer Miller?" he asked the male cop, his gaze fixed on me. "Hiker possibly disoriented, injured ankle, trapped behind some kind of invisible barrier," Miller replied, indicating the shimmering wall. "Says she's seeing strange things, glowing fungus, alien structures." The ranger studied me, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be looking at me, not just through me like the others. "Can you hear me, ma'am?" he called out, his voice calm and firm. "Yes," I shouted. "I'm trapped. My ankle is really bad." "We're going to get you out," he said, his voice reassuring. He turned to the hazmat team. "Can we get some kind of read on this field? Is it emitting anything, radiation?" The hazmat team deployed sensors, waving them slowly across the shimmering barrier. Lights blinked, numbers scrolled, but the hazmat team leader shook his head. "Nothing, sir. No discernible emissions. It's like it's not even there, except for the visual distortion." "It's very much there," I screamed, frustrated. "I can feel it." The ranger nodded, still looking at me. "She's not hallucinating the barrier," he murmured to the officers. "I've seen distortions like this before, though never this pronounced, never this strong." His words sent a flicker of hope through me. He believed me, or at least, he was open to the possibility that something unnatural was at play. "How do we get her out?" Officer Miller asked, concern etched on his face. The ranger ran a hand through his beard. "We try the usual, controlled impact. We can't risk exposing her further to whatever's on her side." One of the hazmat team members produced a specialized tool, a long pole with a blunt, padded end. He approached the barrier cautiously, and with a grunt, pushed the end of the pole against the shimmering wall. The pole struck the barrier with a soft thud, but instead of breaking through, the shimmering surface rippled violently, like water struck by a rock. A strange, low hum emanated from it, a sound I felt more in my teeth than heard with my ears. The hazmat team member staggered back, shaking his head. "It just absorbed it," he muttered, his voice distorted by his mask, like hitting a solid cushion. "No," the ranger said, his eyes narrowed. "Like hitting a surface that's not quite physical. It's bending reality around it." He looked at me again. "Ma'am, can you tell us more about the structure you saw? What did it look like?" "It was impossibly tall," I recounted, my voice strained. "Dark, lustrous material. It pulsed with light, and a creature came out of it. Tall, slender, no face." He listened intently, nodding slowly. "Did it interact with you?" I remembered the golden beam, the feeling of being scanned, the fragment. "Yes," I said, holding up the dark shard again, though I knew they still couldn't see its true nature. "It scanned me, and it left this." The ranger looked at the fragment, then back at me. "We need to get her out of there, fast," he said, his voice grim. "This isn't just a simple disorientation. We're dealing with something beyond our understanding." A paramedic, a woman with kind eyes, knelt at the edge of the barrier. "Ma'am, can you try to use your arms to pull yourself towards me?" she asked, her voice gentle. "We'll put a blanket over the field. Maybe that will help." A blanket, it seemed absurd, but I was desperate. I nodded, then slowly, painstakingly, began to pull myself forward with my hands, dragging my injured leg. Every inch was agony. The shimmering wall seemed to resist, to push back, but I focused on the paramedic's face, on the promise of warmth and safety. As I neared the barrier, the hazmat team spread a large, heavy thermal blanket over the shimmering surface, hoping to block whatever unseen energies it might be emitting. It draped over the invisible wall, forming a strange, rippling curtain. I reached it, my outstretched hand brushing against the fabric. It felt cool, slightly damp. I pulled on it, trying to use it to leverage myself through. The pain in my ankle intensified, burning through me. I screamed again, a raw, animal sound, but I pulled harder. And then, with a final, desperate heave, I felt a tearing sensation, not in my body, but in the very fabric of reality around me. It was like breaking through a thin layer of ice. The shimmer seemed to fracture, to buckle inwards, and then, with a soft pop that only I seemed to hear, I tumbled forward, collapsing onto the damp earth of the familiar forest. The blanket fell, revealing no shimmering wall, no strange glow, just the ordinary trees. The air, crisp and cool, filled my lungs, smelling of pine and damp earth. No metallic sweetness. The absolute silence was gone, replaced by the distant chirp of crickets, the rustle of leaves in the wind. I was out. I was truly out. Hands were on me immediately. The paramedic, her face etched with concern, was checking my pulse, asking me questions I couldn't quite process. Officers were moving to secure the area where the barrier had been, though it was now just empty space. The park ranger was kneeling beside me, his gaze intense, assessing. "My ankle," I gasped, the pain now overwhelming, no longer muted by fear. "It's broken." The paramedic carefully examined my ankle, her touch gentle but firm. "Looks like a bad sprain, possibly a fracture," she confirmed, her voice professional. "We'll get you to the hospital." As she worked, carefully stabilizing my ankle, I looked up at the ranger. "It was real," I whispered, tears welling up again. "Everything I told you, the structure, the creature, the glowing fungus, it was all real." He nodded slowly, his eyes still fixed on the spot where the barrier had been. "I believe you," he said quietly, his voice barely audible over the sirens and radio chatter. "There are things out here, things we don't understand. This park, it has a history." His words, instead of comforting me, sent a fresh shiver down my spine. A history, he knew. This wasn't an isolated incident. Others had experienced this. They lifted me onto a stretcher, and the movement sent waves of nausea through me. My head throbbed from the fall, my body ached, and exhaustion threatened to pull me under. But as they carried me through the familiar woods, past the flashing lights of the emergency vehicles, I clutched the dark fragment in my hand, now visible to the others as just a piece of dull rock. It was the only tangible proof I had, the only thing that connected me to the impossible journey I had just survived. I was loaded into the back of an ambulance. The doors closed, sealing me away from the chaos, from the flashing lights and the anxious faces. The paramedic gave me an IV for fluids and pain relief, and soon a blessed drowsiness began to creep in. But even as my eyes grew heavy, the image of the towering, dark monolith, the featureless creature, and the swirling, glowing fungus were burned into my mind. The siren began its mournful wail again, a steady, rhythmic thrumming now, not the erratic, ghostly sound it had been. It was taking me away, back to civilization, back to the world I knew. But I knew with a chilling certainty that I wasn't the same person who had walked into those woods that perfect autumn day. Something fundamental had shifted. The next few days were a blur of hospitals, doctors, and endless questions. My ankle was indeed fractured, requiring a cast and crutches. My head injury was a concussion, thankfully mild, but it left me with persistent headaches and a pervasive fogginess that made it hard to focus. The scratch marks on my arms and face slowly healed, leaving faint scars that served as constant reminders. The police and park rangers questioned me extensively. I told them everything, every terrifying detail, from the shimmering path to the alien monolith and the silent, featureless being. I described the glowing fungus, the shifting forest, the metallic scent. I even showed them the fragment. As expected, they listened with a mixture of polite skepticism and thinly veiled concern for my mental state. The fragment was examined, pronounced to be an unusual but unremarkable piece of obsidian. They attributed my wild descriptions to delirium from dehydration, exhaustion, and a mild concussion. They were sympathetic, offering psychological support, but their eyes held no belief. Except for the park ranger, David Miller. He came to visit me in the hospital, sitting by my bedside long after the police had left. He was the one who had taken my story seriously, or at least openly considered it. "You said you'd seen distortions before," I prompted him one afternoon, my voice still weak. "What did you mean?" He hesitated, looking out the window at the familiar city skyline, a world away from the woods. "This park, it's old, very old, and there are stories, old Native American legends about places where the veil between worlds is thin, places where time and space twist." "The veil between worlds," I repeated, the phrase echoing in my head. It made more sense than anything else. He turned back to me, his eyes serious. "Over the years, hikers have gotten lost in that section of the park. Some are found disoriented, claiming strange things. Others are never found at all. And a very few, have come back changed, like you." His words sent a chill down my spine. Changed how? He shrugged, a heavy sigh escaping him. "Hard to say, they're never quite the same. Distant, haunted. Sometimes they talk about things no one believes. Sometimes they just fade away, disappear from their lives." He paused, then looked me directly in the eye. "You're strong, you made it out, but this will stay with you." I already knew that. The images, the sounds, the smells, they were etched into my memory, an indelible part of me now. I was a survivor, but I was also a witness to something that defied everything I thought I knew about reality. "What about the structure?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "And the being?" He shook his head. "We've searched that area thoroughly. Nothing. No trace of anything unusual. No structural damage to the trees, no scorched earth. The forest is normal there now, just like it was before." "It just vanished," I murmured, confirming my own memory. "It would seem so," he agreed, his gaze distant. "But that doesn't mean it wasn't real to you, or that it wasn't real." He placed a hand on my arm, a gesture of quiet understanding. "Whatever you saw, whatever happened, you survived it. Focus on that now. Focus on healing." He left shortly after, leaving me alone with my thoughts, with the echo of his words. "This will stay with you." And it did. The physical injuries healed, the cast came off, the headaches faded. But the internal landscape of my mind was forever altered. The world no longer felt solid, predictable. I saw the shimmering in heat haze on summer roads, the way shadows stretched too long at dusk, and a cold dread would seize me. Every rustle of leaves, every unexplained sound became a potential harbinger of the impossible. I went back to my city job, tried to resume my normal life, but it was impossible. The mundane felt dull, lifeless, stripped of its meaning. My colleagues, my friends, they all seemed so blissfully unaware, so comfortably ensconced in their single, shared reality. I felt like an imposter, a visitor from another dimension, carrying a secret too vast and terrifying to ever share. I stopped hiking. The thought of stepping back into the woods, any woods, filled me with an paralyzing fear. The comfort I once found there was gone, replaced by the certainty that hidden beneath the familiar facade lay something monstrous, something alien, something that could snatch you away and redefine your existence in an instant. My sleep was plagued by vivid, terrifying dreams. I would see the towering monolith, its dark surface pulsating, the featureless being descending with unnerving grace. I would feel the golden light scanning me, the profound, objective curiosity. I would smell the sweet, metallic scent of the glowing fungus, hear the unseen things stirring beneath its surface. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart hammering, clutching the small, dark fragment that I now kept hidden in a locked box beneath my bed. It wasn't obsidian, I knew that. It was something else. Something that pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible energy, a rhythmic beat that only I could feel, a connection to the impossible. Weeks turned into months. I grew restless, an unshakable sense of unease following me everywhere. My life, once so structured and predictable, felt like a cage. The city, once my escape from the woods, now felt suffocating in its normalcy, in its denial of the profound strangeness I had witnessed. I tried to ignore it, to bury it, to convince myself it had all been a hallucination, a stress-induced breakdown. But the fragment, warm and alive in my hand, was a constant, irrefutable truth, and the memories, sharp and vivid, refused to fade. Then one night, about 6 months after the incident, something shifted. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep, the phantom scent of metallic sweetness in my nostrils. I reached for the box under my bed, retrieved the fragment. As I held it, its faint pulse seemed stronger, more insistent. It felt resonant, as if it were calling to something or being called. I closed my eyes, focusing on the sensation, on the subtle vibration in my palm. And as I did, a strange sensation washed over me, a familiar disorientation, but this time it was internal. It was like a key turning in a lock, opening a door in my mind that had been forcibly shut. Images flashed through my mind, not memories of what I had seen, but new images. Shapes, symbols, swirling patterns of light and shadow, alien geometries that twisted and shifted. Sounds like whispers carried on an impossible wind, a language of clicks and hums that I instinctively understood, though I couldn't articulate them. A profound sense of knowledge, not intellectual knowledge, but a deep, cellular knowing. I gasped, my eyes snapping open. The fragment was glowing, not faintly now, but with a steady, deep purple luminescence, illuminating my hand, casting eerie shadows on the ceiling. It pulsed with a rapid, insistent rhythm, like a frantic heartbeat. And in that moment, I knew. I knew what the fragment was, I knew what it did, and I knew what I had to do. It wasn't just a piece of the structure, it was a beacon, a key, a homing device, and it was active. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but now it was tempered by something else, a fierce, undeniable curiosity, a drive, a compulsion. The woods had taken something from me, my old life, my old self, but they had also given me something, a glimpse behind the curtain, a piece of a larger, terrifying truth. And now that piece was active, demanding my attention. I couldn't ignore it. I couldn't pretend it didn't exist. My sanity, my sense of purpose, depended on understanding. I got out of bed, the purple light of the fragment illuminating my path. My ankle, long since healed, felt strong and steady. My heart pounded, not with fear alone, but with a strange, exhilarating sense of purpose. I opened my laptop, pulled up a map of the state park. My finger, guided by an instinct I didn't understand, traced a path, not to Miller's Path, not to Widow's Peak, but to a different section, a lesser-known area deep in the wilderness, far from any marked trail. It was an area marked on the park map as unmaintained wilderness, a place most hikers avoided. But the fragment in my hand pulsed faintly, drawing me there. It was calling me back. I spent the next few days meticulously planning. This time I would be truly prepared. I bought new, sturdier hiking boots, a high-capacity power bank for my phone, a military-grade headlamp, extra batteries, a proper compass, though I doubted its usefulness, a detailed topographical map of the entire park, and enough food and water for several days. I even bought a satellite phone, a desperate attempt to maintain a link to the normal world, even if I suspected it might fail. I didn't tell anyone what I was doing, not my family, not my few remaining friends. They would think I was insane, finally succumbing to the trauma. And perhaps I was, but I had to know, I had to go back. The day I set out was another perfect autumn day, just like the first one. The air was crisp, the leaves a riot of red and gold. But this time, I started early, before dawn, determined to reach my destination with plenty of daylight. As I drove the familiar winding roads towards the state park, a profound sense of calm settled over me. The fear was still a dull thrum beneath the surface, but it was overshadowed by a resolute determination. This wasn't about escape anymore. This was about understanding. This was about confronting the impossible. I parked my car in an unmarked pull-off, far from the main trailheads, deep in a remote section of the park. The forest here was dense, ancient, with trees that towered overhead, their branches interlocked to form a perpetual twilight even in the middle of the day. It felt different from the main trails, wilder, more untamed. I checked my gear one last time, making sure everything was secure. The fragment, now safely tucked into a special, padded pouch in my backpack, pulsed a faint, almost imperceptible warmth against my back. It was my guide, my compass, my only reliable tool in this uncertain journey. Taking a deep breath, I stepped onto a barely visible deer trail, pushing aside a curtain of tangled vines. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves filled my nostrils, but this time there was no comfort in it, only a grim acceptance of what lay ahead. The trail quickly disappeared, forcing me to rely on the map and the subtle pull of the fragment. I pushed through dense undergrowth, climbed over fallen logs, and navigated rocky inclines, my body feeling strong and capable. I was no longer the naive hiker, unprepared for the impossible. I was a veteran of the uncanny, armed with knowledge and a desperate need for answers. Hours passed, the sun climbed higher, then began its slow descent. The deeper I went, the quieter the woods became. Not the sudden, oppressive silence I had encountered before, but a gradual, organic quietude, a sense of being far, far from any human presence. And then subtle changes began to appear. The trees, though still identifiable as earthly species, seemed to grow unnaturally tall, their bark patterns becoming slightly distorted, their leaves a deeper, darker green. The air grew heavier, the familiar forest smells subtly altered by a faint, almost imperceptible sweetness, like decaying flowers. My heart began to beat faster. I was getting close. The fragment against my back pulsed with a stronger, more insistent rhythm, its warmth growing. It was pulling me, drawing me deeper into the heart of the anomaly. I checked my satellite phone. No signal. My compass predictably spun wildly. My GPS still showed me on the map, a tiny blue dot in the middle of nowhere. My GPS still showed me on the map, a tiny blue dot in the middle of nowhere, a comforting lie. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that nowhere was exactly where I was headed. The air, already thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, began to acquire that other familiar note, a sweet, cloying metallic tang, like old blood and decaying blossoms. It was faint at first, barely a whisper on the wind, but it grew stronger with every step, a scent memory that flooded my mind with dread and an unsettling excitement. The trees themselves were subtly different now. The pines, once a vibrant green, seemed to absorb the light, their needles a duller, deeper shade, almost black. The oak leaves, instead of their normal rustic golds and browns, had begun to take on an unnatural hue, a bruised purple-green that shimmered oddly in the fading light. Their bark, which should have been rough and familiar, was smoother, almost slick in places, as if polished by unseen hands. And they were taller, impossibly so, reaching for a sky that was rapidly darkening, even though the sun should still have been high. The forest canopy above me became an unbroken ceiling, trapping the air, magnifying the strange scent. The fragment in my backpack pulsed against my spine, a warm, insistent throb that mirrored the frantic beating of my heart. It wasn't just guiding me, it felt like it was pulling me, drawing me into its orbit, into whatever impossible reality lay ahead. I pushed through a thicket of what looked like wild roses, their thorns longer, sharper, and a vivid, almost neon green. They tore at my pants, leaving shallow scratches on my exposed skin, but I barely noticed. My focus was entirely on the increasing strangeness around me. The ground underfoot, though still covered in leaves and twigs, felt different, softer, more yielding, like walking on a thick, spongy carpet. And then I saw it, a faint, ethereal glow just at the edge of my vision beneath a pile of fallen leaves. I kicked the leaves away, and there it was, a patch of the same pale, swirling fungus, emitting a soft, unearthly luminescence. It was back, the fungal landscape, the gateway. My breath caught in my throat. I knelt, pushing aside more leaves, revealing a wider swathe of the glowing growth. It wasn't as widespread as I remembered, not yet, but it was spreading, like an insidious, beautiful infection. The sweet, metallic scent emanating from it was unmistakable now, strong and sickly. I looked around. The change was happening faster this time, more overtly. The light, which had been fading naturally, now seemed to diminish, as if something was actively absorbing it. The air became heavier, the silence profound. Not the quiet of a remote forest, but the crushing, absolute silence of a vacuum. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, no distant hum of insects. Just the thrum of my own blood in my ears and the insistent pulse of the fragment. The trees were no longer just different, they were alien. The green-barked species, their trunks pale and smooth, their branches twisting into grotesque, unnatural shapes, began to dominate the landscape. They pulsed with a faint, internal light, a subtle shimmer that made them seem alive, breathing. This was it. I was in the anomaly again. Fear, cold and sharp, seized me, twisting my stomach into knots. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to flee, to run from this impossible place. But the fragment, now throbbing with intense warmth against my back, propelled me forward. It was a tangible link, a purpose, a reason to face this terror. I drew my headlamp from my pack, switched it on. The powerful beam cut through the deepening gloom, illuminating the fungal carpet that now stretched before me, a vast, pale ocean of unearthly light. It coated everything: the roots, the fallen logs, the base of the glowing trees. The unseen things stirred beneath its surface, their movements sending ripples through the phosphorescent growth, shadowy forms undulating just out of sight. This time I didn't recoil. I had faced them before, or at least felt their presence. I raised my trekking poles, planting them firmly into the spongy ground, and began to walk slowly, deliberately, into the glowing abyss. My heart was a frantic drum, but my steps were steady. The fragment was my compass. It guided me, not in a straight line, but in a winding, circuitous path through the glowing forest. It seemed to be leading me deeper, not just geographically, but into the very heart of the anomaly. The light from the fungus grew brighter, illuminating the strange, swirling patterns of the growth, casting my shadow long and distorted behind me. Hours passed, or what felt like hours. Time, as I had learned, was meaningless here. My headlamp, even on its lowest setting, felt like a superfluous torch in the unearthly glow of the forest. The air was thick, humid, saturated with the sweet, metallic scent that now felt less terrifying and more enveloping, almost comforting in its familiarity. The movements beneath the fungus became more pronounced, not just ripples, but subtle shifts, changes in elevation. Occasionally, a shadow would detach itself from the surface, briefly rearing up like a spectral cobra before sinking back down. They were large, amorphous, and utterly silent. I kept my distance, giving them a wide berth, my breath held tight in my chest. I still didn't want to know what they were. The fragment's pulse intensified again, becoming a constant, vibrating hum against my skin. The purple glow, which had been faint, now shone through my backpack, casting a soft, otherworldly aura around me. It was drawing me closer to something. Then the trees began to change again. The green-barked species, which had been dominant, now thinned out, giving way to something even more alien. These new trees were impossibly slender, their trunks smooth and dark, almost black, with an iridescent sheen that reflected the fungal light in shifting patterns of deep blues and purples. They had no leaves, only intricate, fractal patterns of light etched into their bark, glowing softly like internal circuitry. They hummed, a low, barely perceptible vibration that I felt deep in my bones. This was a new layer of the anomaly, a deeper, more ancient place. The fungal growth here was different too. Instead of a carpet, it grew in vast, luminous towers spiraling upwards, some reaching 20 or 30 feet high, pulsating with an inner light that was no longer just pale, but a spectrum of soft, shifting colors: emerald greens, sapphire blues, amethyst purples. They formed a labyrinth of living light, a cathedral of alien life. The sweet, metallic scent here was overwhelming, almost intoxicating, making me feel lightheaded. And within this luminous labyrinth, the fragment's pull became almost unbearable. It vibrated violently against my back, its purple glow now a brilliant beacon. I felt an undeniable urge to remove it, to hold it in my hand, to let it guide me more directly. I stopped, slipped off my pack, and with trembling fingers unzipped the padded pouch. The fragment leaped into my hand, warm and pulsating, a living thing. Its purple light flared, momentarily blinding me, then settled into a steady, intense glow. As I held it, a rush of information, or rather, sensation, flooded my mind. It wasn't words, not images, but a profound, intuitive understanding. The fragment was indeed a key, a locator, but more than that, it was a data storage device, a record, and it contained a history not just of this place, but of something far vaster. The monolith, the being, they were not isolated events. They were part of a network, a process. This forest was a landing zone, a temporal anchor, a collection point. The glowing fungus, the strange trees, the unseen things beneath the surface, they were all part of a larger system, a biogeoenergetic matrix created or influenced by the beings and their structures. The fragment wasn't just showing me where to go, it was showing me why. It was showing me a purpose. I felt a dizzying expansion of my consciousness, a brief, terrifying glimpse into concepts and scales of existence that shattered my human perception of reality. Time was fluid, not linear. Space was permeable, not fixed. The universe was teeming with life, not just biological, but informational, energetic. And humanity, my species, was but one tiny, nascent flicker in an immense, ancient, cosmic tapestry. The fragment pulsed, an urgent, singular beat pulling me forward. The sense of overwhelming knowledge receded, leaving me shaken but strangely resolved. I knew, without truly knowing, that I was meant to be here. I was part of this. I walked, guided by the fragment held firmly in my outstretched hand, its purple light illuminating the path through the glowing fungal towers. The light pulsed, guiding me left, then right, through the dizzying, luminescent corridors. The hum of the dark, fractal trees intensified, a resonant chorus that vibrated through my chest. The air grew thicker, heavier, saturated with energy. The sweet, metallic scent was now almost cloying, but I was accustomed to it, breathing it in deeply, feeling its strange effects on my senses. My perception of my surroundings sharpened, colors seemed more vibrant, sounds, or the lack thereof, more profound. Then the fungal towers began to thin. The path widened, opening into a vast, circular clearing. And there it was. Not one monolith, but many. A ring of them, impossibly tall, dark, and lustrous, stood silent and imposing in the center of the clearing. They were arranged in a perfect circle, perhaps 20 or 30 of them, each one identical to the one I had seen before. Their surfaces, smooth and reflective, pulsed with that familiar internal light, a deep, rhythmic thrumming that vibrated through the very ground. But this time they weren't dark, they were glowing. Each monolith emanated a faint, iridescent light, a different color for each. One pulsed with a soft emerald, another with a deep sapphire, another with an amethyst purple, a ruby red and amber gold, a swirling opalescent white. They created a mesmerizing, silent symphony of light, casting long, shifting shadows across the clearing. And in the very center of the circle, where the ground was strangely devoid of fungus, stood another structure. It was smaller than the monoliths, perhaps 20 feet tall, but it was far more intricate. It was shaped like a massive, faceted crystal, its surfaces glinting with an inner light that seemed to shift and refract the colors of the surrounding monoliths. It was humming, a deep, resonant sound that was more musical than mechanical, a harmonic chord that vibrated through the air. This was the source. This was the heart of the anomaly. I stood transfixed, the fragment in my hand glowing fiercely, its purple light an echo of one of the monoliths. The fear was still there, a constant companion, but it was overridden by a profound sense of awe, a dizzying wonder at the scale and complexity of what lay before me. Suddenly, the central crystal structure began to pulse brighter, its internal light flaring and contracting, like a giant alien heart. The monoliths around it responded, their individual colors intensifying, their rhythmic thrumming growing louder, weaving into a complex, hypnotic chorus. Then, one by one, circular openings began to form in the base of each monolith, silently, smoothly, just as before. And from each opening, a figure emerged. They were all the same, tall, slender, impossibly elongated, their limbs too thin, too jointed. Their outer covering shimmered with the same dark, lustrous quality as the structures, reflecting the intensified light in shifting patterns. And all had that smooth, featureless oval where a head should be. 20 or 30 of them emerging in unison, moving with that unnerving, fluid grace as if gravity had no hold. They descended to the ground, forming a perfect inner circle facing the central crystal. They were guardians, operators, or perhaps simply components of this immense living machine. My breath hitched, my mind struggled to process the sheer impossibility of the scene. A single encounter had almost shattered my sanity. This assembly, this convention of the alien, it was overwhelming. The figures stood motionless for a moment, bathed in the iridescent light of their monoliths and the flaring glow of the central crystal. Then, as one, they raised their impossibly long, slender limbs. From the tip of each extended limb, a beam of light projected outwards. But these were not the soft, golden beams I remembered. These were slender, focused shafts of colored light, each beam matching the color of the monolith it had emerged from. Emerald, sapphire, amethyst, ruby, amber, opalescent white, a rainbow of alien energy, all converging on the central crystal structure. The crystal flared in response, absorbing the beams, its internal light growing exponentially, shifting through the spectrum of colors. The hum intensified, becoming a soaring, resonant chord that filled the clearing, vibrated through my entire body, and pulsed in my very bones. I felt a profound shift in the atmosphere, a sensation of immense energy being channeled, focused, activated. The air crackled with a palpable charge, prickling my skin, raising the hair on my arms. The sweet, metallic scent grew so strong it felt like I was breathing liquid metal. The fragment in my hand throbbed violently, its purple light now almost painfully bright, casting dancing shadows across my face. It felt hot, alive. The intuitive knowledge, the sense of purpose, flooded back into my mind. The fragment was not just a key, it was a conduit. It was reacting to the immense energy being generated around me. And then the central crystal structure began to change. Its facets shimmered, blurring, and then with a slow, silent grace it began to ascend. It rose from the ground, effortlessly, silently, its glowing mass hovering above the clearing, held aloft by unseen forces. As it rose, the ground beneath it began to swirl, to churn. The smooth, fungal-free circle began to shimmer, the earth itself distorting, rippling like disturbed water. The air above it began to warp, and I saw through the distortion glimpses of something else. Not the forest, not the sky, but fleeting, incomprehensible patterns of light and shadow, like the surface of a vast, churning sea or the inside of a living kaleidoscope. It was opening a portal. My mind reeled, a gate, a way in or a way out. This was what they were doing, what they had been doing here, for how long I couldn't even begin to guess. This isolated, anomalous pocket of reality was not just a strange forest, it was a staging ground, a station. The figures, the operators, stood motionless, their colored light beams still locked onto the now hovering crystal. Their collective presence radiated a silent, immense power, a palpable sense of ancient purpose. Suddenly, the fragment in my hand pulsed with an overwhelming burst of energy. Its light flared, encompassing my entire arm in a brilliant purple glow. The sensation that had been just a subtle, intuitive understanding became a clear, undeniable directive. Go! It wasn't a voice, but an impulse, a complete and total knowing. The fragment was pulling me towards the shimmering ground beneath the hovering crystal, towards the nascent portal. It wasn't just guiding me to this place, it was guiding me into it. The fear was still there, but now it was a distant echo, drowned out by the thunderous beat of my own purpose, my own fate. This was why I had come back. This was what I had to do. I started to walk, my steps no longer tentative, but deliberate, drawn by the insistent pull of the fragment. The figures, the operators, remained motionless, their attention entirely fixed on the central crystal and the opening portal. They didn't seem to notice me, or if they did, they didn't care. I was either too insignificant or perhaps an expected part of the process. As I approached the swirling distortion in the ground, the humming intensified, reverberating through my chest. The air grew thick and heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. The metallic scent was overpowering, almost suffocating, but it didn't bother me. It felt like home in a terrifying, alien way. I reached the edge of the swirling ground. It shimmered with an inner light, a swirling vortex of colors reflecting the monoliths. The air above it tasted of ozone and something sweet, like burnt sugar. I could feel the immense power radiating from it, a gravitational pull that drew me closer, irresistible. The fragment in my hand pulsed one last, blinding burst of purple light, and then, without hesitation, I stepped into the portal. The sensation was beyond anything I had ever experienced. It was not a physical impact, not a fall, but a complete dissolution of my being. I felt myself stretching, expanding, every molecule of my body pulled apart, then reassembled in an instant. Colors exploded around me, a kaleidoscope of light and shadow, sound and silence, time and no time. It was like being reborn, ripped from the fabric of one reality and stitched into another. There was a moment of absolute void, a terrifying absence of all sensation, all thought, and then, just as abruptly, it ended. I gasped, my eyes snapping open. I was standing. My feet were on solid ground. The air was cool, crisp, and utterly silent. No metallic scent, no humming, no glowing fungus. I looked around, my mind reeling, trying to make sense of my new surroundings. I was in a vast, cavernous space. The ceiling was impossibly high, dissolving into a deep, starless black. The walls were smooth, dark, and curved gently, like the inside of a massive, elongated egg. They shimmered with a faint, internal luminescence, not the pulsing light of the monoliths, but a steady, soft glow that revealed their polished, almost liquid surface. It felt like I was inside the monolith itself, or a structure built of the same material. The floor beneath my feet was flat, smooth, and made of the same dark, reflective material. It stretched out, seemingly endlessly, until it disappeared into the gloom. The space was enormous, far larger than any cave or structure I could imagine. And it was empty, utterly, profoundly empty. No monoliths, no central crystal, no operators, just the curved, dark walls and the vast, silent floor. I was alone. The fragment in my hand had gone dark. It was still warm, still smooth, but its purple light was extinguished, its pulse gone. It felt inert, a simple piece of dark stone again, like a key that had been used, its purpose fulfilled. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Where was I? What was this place? Had I stepped into another dimension, another planet, another time? I took a tentative step forward. My boots made no sound on the polished floor. The silence here was even deeper than in the anomalous forest, an oppressive, suffocating absence of sound that made my ears ache. I started to walk slowly, cautiously, my headlamp beam cutting a pathetic swathe through the immense darkness. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stand still. I had to find something, anything, that could give me a clue. The silence began to fray. A faint, high-pitched whine, barely audible, began to echo through the vast space. It was too regular, too precise to be natural. It was a mechanical sound. I stopped, straining my ears, trying to locate its source. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a whisper in the immense emptiness. I scanned the dark walls with my headlamp, but they remained smooth, unbroken. The whine grew louder, slowly, steadily, evolving into a low, resonant hum. The walls themselves seemed to vibrate with it, a subtle tremor that I felt through the soles of my boots. And then, as the hum intensified, the far end of the cavernous space began to brighten. A faint, diffuse light, originating from deep within the structure, began to spread, slowly pushing back the darkness. It was a soft, pearlescent white, casting long, ethereal shadows. As the light grew stronger, shapes began to emerge from the gloom at the far end of the chamber. Not monoliths, not creatures, but structures. Intricate, complex, and utterly alien. They were massive, multifaceted constructions, like giant, crystalline machines, arranged in precise geometric patterns. They hummed with an inner energy, their surfaces shifting with internal lights that pulsed and flowed, creating intricate patterns of light and shadow on the dark walls. They were silent, majestic, and utterly unfathomable. This was not a cave, this was an interior, a complex, vast interior of something built, not grown. I continued to walk towards them, drawn by a mixture of terror and overwhelming curiosity. The hum grew louder, a deep, pervasive vibration that filled the entire space, resonating in my bones. The air, though still silent, felt charged, alive with unseen energies. As I got closer, I saw that the structures were connected by shimmering pathways of light, ethereal bridges that stretched across the dark floor, guiding me forward. They seemed to anticipate my path, glowing brighter as I approached, then fading behind me. I stepped onto one of these pathways. It felt solid, yet intangible, like walking on solidified light. The hum intensified, and the structures around me seemed to awaken, their internal lights flaring, their intricate mechanisms whirring with silent, unseen motion. I was in a control room, or a factory, or a laboratory, but on a scale that dwarfed anything human. The shimmering pathway led me to a central platform, raised slightly above the surrounding structures. And on this platform, bathed in the pearlescent light, stood a single figure. It was one of them, one of the operators, tall, slender, featureless, but this one was different. Its dark, lustrous surface was not merely reflective. It seemed to absorb the light, drawing it in, giving it a profound, almost bottomless quality. And around its smooth, oval head, a faint halo of deep purple light pulsed, echoing the color of the fragment in my hand. It was waiting for me. My heart leaped into my throat. The other operators had been silent, focused on their task. This one was still, its attention entirely on me. As I reached the platform, the shimmering pathway faded behind me, sealing my retreat. I was trapped, face to face with the alien. The figure moved, one of its impossibly long, slender limbs slowly lifted, not towards me, but towards a point in the air directly in front of its featureless head. And then, from the tip of that limb, a projection of light unfolded. It wasn't a destructive beam, nor was it a scanner. It was a display, a three-dimensional projection of shifting images, symbols, and intricate diagrams, all rendered in vibrant, glowing light. It hung in the air, mesmerizing and complex. And then a symbol emerged from the swirling mass of light, one I recognized, chillingly so. It was the pattern of the glowing fungus, the swirling, intricate, luminous growth. The display shifted, showing diagrams of the fungus, its cellular structure, its energetic output. Then it zoomed out, showing the fungal carpet covering the forest floor, spreading, expanding. And then the central crystal from the clearing appeared in the display, hovering, opening its portal. And within the portal, fleeting glimpses of those same incomprehensible patterns of light and shadow, like a churning cosmic sea. The being was showing me what I had seen, but it was also showing me more. The display zoomed out further, showing the entire state park, then the surrounding region, then the continent, then the planet. And superimposed over the planet, a network of shimmering lines like veins converging on specific points. And at each point, a glowing symbol appeared, the swirling fungus pattern. My mind reeled. The anomaly in the state park was not unique. It was one of many, a global network. These beings, these structures, they were here, all over the world. The display shifted again, showing a timeline. Not a linear timeline, but a complex, multidimensional flow. Eons, millennia. The structures had been here for vast stretches of time, dormant, then active, then dormant again. The purpose, the data, the fragment in my hand warmed again, as if resonating with the display. The overwhelming sense of knowledge surged through me, amplified by the visual input. The display focused on my location, on the state park. It showed the monoliths, the central crystal, the portal. And then it showed my blue dot on the GPS, entering the anomaly. It showed me finding the fragment, taking it. It showed me returning. The display then shifted to a new image, one that made my breath catch in my throat. It was an image of me, but not just me, my genetic code, my neural pathways, my consciousness. It was being mapped, analyzed, understood. And then a new set of images appeared, swirling patterns of light and shadow, the same ones I had seen through the portal. But this time they weren't fleeting. They were clearer, more defined. And within them I saw glimpses of other worlds, other stars, other forms of life. Not biological life, not as I understood it, but vast, sprawling intelligences woven from light and energy, existing in dimensions beyond my comprehension. The portal was a gateway to them. The operator lowered its limb, and the projection vanished, dissolving into the air. The vast chamber returned to its pearlescent glow, the hum of the alien machines a constant thrum. The figure stood motionless again, its purple halo pulsing softly. It had shown me. It had answered my questions, or at least shown me the questions that I was now equipped to ask. Then it raised its limb again, this time pointing directly at me, and from the tip, a slender, golden beam of light projected outwards. My heart hammered. It was the same light that had scanned me in the forest clearing, the same profound, objective curiosity. But this time I wasn't paralyzed by fear. I understood. The light hit me, enveloping me in its soft, warm glow. The familiar sensation of absolute stillness washed over me. Every molecule of my body paused, held in stasis. But this time it was different. It wasn't just scanning, it was imprinting. I felt a deeper connection, a profound intertwining of my consciousness with something vast and ancient. The intuitive knowledge, the sense of purpose, solidified into something concrete. I was a vessel, a recipient, a link. The golden light remained on me for what felt like an eternity. I felt my perceptions sharpen, my understanding deepen. My mind felt like it was expanding, capable of holding concepts that would have been alien just moments before. I saw not just the images I had been shown, but the underlying mechanisms, the grand design, the intricate web of existence that stretched across the cosmos. And then, as silently as it had arrived, the light retracted. The beam vanished, and the figure lowered its limb. It stood there, motionless, its featureless head seemingly tilted, observing me, the purple halo around its head pulsing gently. I stood there, trembling not from fear, but from the sheer immensity of what I had just experienced. My mind was reeling, buzzing with new information, new pathways of thought. I was no longer just a witness, I was a participant. The fragment in my hand stirred. Its purple light, which had been extinguished, slowly began to pulse again, faintly at first, then growing stronger, mirroring the halo around the being's head. It was reactivated, recharged. The figure then moved subtly, gesturing with its limb not towards me, but towards a shimmering doorway that had appeared silently in the curved wall beside the platform. It was a portal, a new gate, glowing with the same pearlescent light that permeated the chamber. Well, another path, another journey. I looked at the being, its silent, featureless form radiating an immense, unknowable intelligence. It had shown me. It had given me the tools. Now it was offering me a choice. The fear was still a presence, a deep-seated hum in my core, but the knowledge, the understanding, was a torrent, sweeping away all resistance. I had stumbled into this, survived it, returned to it. I was no longer the same person. This was my new reality, my new purpose. I took a deep breath, the charged air filling my lungs. I looked at the fragment in my hand, its purple light a beacon in the vast, alien chamber. I looked at the shimmering doorway, the next unknown. This was not the end of the story. It was just the beginning of a much larger one. With a profound sense of destiny, I turned and walked towards the shimmering doorway, my steps firm and resolute. I didn't know where it would lead, what new impossibilities awaited me, but I knew with every fiber of my being that I had to step through. I stepped through. The transition was immediate, less violent than the first. Instead of the chaotic dissolution, this was a gentle slide, a seamless shift. One moment, the pearlescent glow of the chamber filled my vision. The next, I was somewhere else entirely. The air was different, cooler, thinner, with a scent I couldn't place, something akin to ozone and distant, sweet metal, but also a crisp, almost icy freshness. My feet rested on a solid surface, smooth and cold, but unlike the polished floor of the previous chamber, this felt organic, almost like petrified wood, incredibly ancient. I stood in a vast, circular room, open to what appeared to be an impossibly high vaulted ceiling. The walls were not flat but curved inwards, made of a material that shimmered with deep metallic hues, bronze, silver, and obsidian, shifting like oil on water as I moved. These walls weren't smooth. They were etched with intricate, swirling patterns, not unlike the fractal designs I'd glimpsed on the dark trees in the deepest part of the anomalous forest. They radiated a faint, pulsing light that seemed to come from within the material itself, illuminating the chamber in a perpetual, dim twilight. The space was enormous, far grander than anything I had ever witnessed. It felt less like a constructed room and more like the inside of a living organism, a cosmic heart. In the center of the chamber, a colossal, multifaceted crystal structure dominated the space. It was similar in form to the one in the forest clearing, but easily 10 times larger, its facets gleaming with a constant, internal aurora of shifting colors. It didn't hum, it resonated, a deep, pervasive vibration that I felt in my chest, a low, melodic tone that was both deeply ancient and profoundly peaceful. This crystal was clearly the nerve center, the engine, the heart of this place. Around the central crystal, arranged in perfect concentric circles, were thousands of the featureless beings. Not 20 or 30, but what seemed like an entire city of them, standing utterly motionless, facing the crystal. Their dark, lustrous surfaces caught the faint light from the walls, making them seem like a forest of silent, watchful sentinels. Each of them had the faint, deep purple halo pulsing around their heads, just like the one that had interacted with me. They were not operators here. They were a congregation, an assembly. My breath caught in my throat. The sheer scale, the silent, overwhelming presence was staggering. I was a tiny, insignificant speck in this immense, alien cathedral. The fragment in my hand pulsed, its purple light now a constant, steady glow, a faint echo of the halos around the beings. It felt warm, connected. As I took a hesitant step forward, one of the beings, directly in the innermost circle, turned its head. Slowly, smoothly, without a sound, it swiveled its featureless oval towards me. Its purple halo intensified momentarily, then settled back to its steady pulse. Then, as if a silent signal had been given, the thousands of beings began to move. Not individually, but in perfect, synchronized unison. They raised their impossibly long, slender limbs, just as the operators in the forest clearing had done. But this time, no beams of light projected from their limbs. Instead, the purple halos around their heads intensified, glowing with a brilliant, blinding light. The light flowed from their heads, down their bodies, and into the massive central crystal. It was like watching a cosmic ritual, a silent act of transference, of power and perhaps of information. The central crystal flared in response, its internal aurora surging, its resonant hum deepening, becoming a powerful symphonic chord that vibrated through the very fabric of the chamber. The walls, too, intensified their internal luminescence, the etched patterns glowing brighter, revealing intricate, shifting glyphs that I couldn't understand, yet felt an instinctive, fleeting recognition of. And then, as the light from the beings converged on the crystal, something happened to me. The fragment in my hand became intensely hot, almost burning. Its purple light flared, matching the brilliance of the being's halos. The intuitive knowledge, the flood of sensation that I had experienced before, returned with overwhelming force, but this time it was clear, detailed, and utterly comprehensive. I wasn't just receiving information, I was experiencing it. I saw the universe not as a collection of stars and planets, but as an intricate, interconnected web of energy and consciousness. I saw the beings not as individual entities, but as nodes in a vast collective intelligence, their minds linked, their purpose shared. They were ancient, profoundly so, existing beyond the limitations of biological form, capable of traversing dimensions and manipulating the very fabric of reality. Their purpose, I understood, was to maintain balance, to observe, to shepherd nascent intelligences, to collect and process data across countless realities, countless timelines. The anomalous pockets in the forest, the monoliths, the portals, they were instruments, observation points, data collection centers, and occasionally points of interaction. I saw Earth, my home, as a fragile, vibrant jewel, teeming with life, a burgeoning intelligence. And I saw humanity, my species, as a nascent consciousness on the cusp of a profound evolutionary leap. We were being watched, not judged, not interfered with, but observed with profound, objective interest. The fragment in my hand, I now understood, was not just a key or a beacon. It was a shard of their collective consciousness, a fragment imbued with their purpose, their data, their essence. It had activated within me a latent capacity, a dormant potential. I wasn't just a recipient, I was a bridge, a conduit. The images, the sensations, flowed through me with dizzying speed, an entire cosmos of information compressed into a single, overwhelming moment. I felt my mind stretch, expand, encompass concepts that would have been utterly incomprehensible just moments before. My perception of self dissolved, merging with something vaster, something infinite. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the torrent receded. The intense heat faded from the fragment, its purple light settling back into a steady glow. The being's halos dimmed, and the central crystal's hum softened, returning to its melodic resonance. The vast chamber seemed to breathe, returning to its dim, perpetual twilight. I stood there trembling, my body alight with an electric energy, my mind buzzing with the echoes of infinite knowledge. I was still me, but I was also fundamentally changed. I saw the world, the universe, with new eyes, a new understanding. The fear was gone, replaced by an immense sense of clarity, of purpose. The being that had turned its head towards me remained facing me. Its purple halo brightened slightly. Then another operator, standing to its left, also turned towards me, and then another, and another, until the entire innermost circle of beings was facing me, their purple halos pulsing in unison, a silent ring of watchful intelligence. It wasn't hostile, it wasn't threatening, it was an acknowledgement, a greeting. One of the beings in the front row, the same one that had first turned, slowly lifted its limb again. This time, a shimmering pathway of light, identical to the ones in the previous chamber, extended from its limb, directly towards me. It was an invitation. I looked down at the fragment in my hand. It pulsed with a steady, unwavering light, a silent affirmation. I took a deep breath, and with a sense of quiet determination, I stepped onto the shimmering pathway. It felt solid, yet intangible, carrying me forward, slowly, smoothly, towards the ring of beings. As I approached, the ring opened, parting seamlessly to allow me entry. I stepped off the pathway, and it dissolved behind me. I was now standing in the center of the innermost circle, surrounded by the silent, watchful intelligences. The being directly in front of me, the one that had extended the pathway, raised its other limb, and from its tip a small, shimmering object coalesced in the air. It was a perfect sphere, about the size of a marble, glowing with an inner, opalescent light that shifted through the spectrum of colors. It pulsed gently, humming with a faint, almost imperceptible energy. The being extended the limb, offering the sphere to me. I reached out, my hand trembling slightly, and took the sphere. It was cool to the touch, smooth and impossibly light. As my fingers closed around it, a profound sense of connection surged through me, not just to the sphere, but to the beings around me, to the vast network I had glimpsed. It wasn't a fragment, it was a completed whole, a perfect instrument. The sphere hummed in my palm, and its light intensified, casting a brilliant, swirling rainbow onto the dark, metallic walls of the chamber. It felt like a key, but also a source, a tool, but also a part of me. The fragment in my other hand, still glowing purple, pulsed in harmony with the sphere, a silent symphony of alien technology. Suddenly, a new shimmering doorway appeared silently in the curved wall behind the ring of beings, opposite where I had entered. It glowed with the same pearlescent light as the previous one, another portal. The being in front of me subtly gestured towards it. Another path, another journey. My purpose was becoming clear. I was not meant to stay here in this grand assembly. I was meant to go, to continue. I looked at the doorway, then back at the silent, watchful beings. Their halos pulsed, a collective, unspoken message. go, witness, learn, share. I felt an immense responsibility settle upon me, but also a profound sense of empowerment. I had been chosen, imprinted, equipped. I took a final, deep breath, feeling the cool, crisp air fill my lungs. The fear was truly gone now, replaced by an exhilarating sense of purpose, a burning desire to understand, to experience, to fulfill whatever role I had been assigned. I turned and walked towards the shimmering doorway, the opalescent sphere and the purple fragment held firmly in my hands, their combined light illuminating my path. The circle of beings remained motionless, their halos pulsing, a silent farewell or perhaps a silent blessing. As I approached the portal, I glanced back one last time at the vast, alien chamber, the silent congregation, the colossal, resonating crystal. It was a sight that would forever be etched into my soul, a testament to the unimaginable wonders that lay beyond the thin veil of human perception. Then, without hesitation, I stepped through the doorway. The transition was instantaneous, a flash of light, a gentle shift in sensation, and then I was standing somewhere entirely new. This time I was outside. The air that greeted me was fresh and clean, devoid of any metallic tang or cloying sweetness. The sky above was a deep, impossible shade of purple, not the twilight of Earth, but a vibrant, living hue, dotted with clusters of stars that glowed with unnatural brilliance, not pinpricks of light, but swirling nebulae of color. There was no sun, but a diffuse, gentle light permeated everything, seemingly emanating from the very sky itself. The ground beneath my feet was soft, covered in a lush, emerald-green moss that seemed to pulse with a faint, biological light. Towering trees, unlike any I had ever seen, rose majestically around me. Their trunks were smooth, a deep sapphire blue, and their branches, instead of leaves, bore delicate, crystalline structures that tinkled softly in an unheard breeze, chiming with subtle, melodic tones. They swayed gently, creating a hypnotic symphony of light and sound. The landscape was breathtaking, an alien Eden. It was beautiful, but profoundly unsettling in its unfamiliarity. I stood on what appeared to be a wide, flat clearing, surrounded by these crystalline trees. In the distance, I could see rolling hills, their slopes covered in the same glowing moss, leading up to what looked like mountains that shimmered with an inner silver light. There was no sign of the monoliths, no glowing fungus, no familiar forest. This was a completely different world. The fragment in my left hand and the sphere in my right hand both pulsed with a steady, reassuring light. The fragment glowed purple, the sphere opalescent, a beacon against the vibrant alien landscape. My mind, still buzzing with the recent influx of information, began to process. This was a direct result of the portal. I had traveled, not just through space, but perhaps through dimensions. This was one of the other worlds I had glimpsed in the display. I took a tentative step forward, my boots sinking slightly into the soft, glowing moss. It felt cool and springy beneath my feet. The crystalline trees tinkled around me, their soft music filling the air, a gentle, melodic counterpoint to the absolute silence of the previous chamber. There were no other visible structures, no signs of the operators, no obvious inhabitants. I was alone on this alien world, a solitary explorer in a landscape of unimaginable beauty and mystery. My satellite phone, still tucked into my pack, was undeniably useless here. My compass would spin wildly in this foreign magnetic field, if such a thing even existed. My GPS was a joke. I was truly off the map, beyond all human understanding and technology. A profound sense of isolation washed over me, but it was quickly tempered by the thrilling realization of where I was. I had sought answers, and now I was being given an unprecedented opportunity to find them. This wasn't just a journey of survival anymore, it was a journey of discovery. I started to walk, following an instinct, an unseen path that the sphere and the fragment seemed to illuminate, albeit subtly. The ground sloped gently upwards, leading me towards the crystalline mountains in the distance. As I walked, the landscape gradually changed. The sapphire blue trees thinned out, giving way to immense, luminous flora that resembled giant, glowing ferns, unfurling delicate fronds of pure light that pulsed with soft, internal rhythms. The moss underfoot grew thicker, its emerald glow becoming more pronounced, illuminating my path. The air grew slightly warmer, and I began to hear new sounds. Not the tinkling of the crystalline trees, but a faint, low hum, like distant chimes, carried on the gentle currents of the purple-skied breeze. It was a beautiful, ethereal sound, adding to the otherworldly majesty of the place. Hours passed, or what felt like hours. I had no way to measure time on this world. The purple sky remained unchanged, and the gentle light seemed constant. My body, though, felt no fatigue, no hunger, no thirst. It was as if the profound experience in the central chamber had altered my very physiology, allowing me to endure. The fragment and the sphere still pulsed, a continuous source of low-level energy that seemed to sustain me. I reached the foothills of the crystalline mountains. They weren't mountains of rock, but of immense, interconnected crystal formations that shimmered with a silver-white light, their facets reflecting the purple sky in dazzling arrays of color. They hummed, a deeper, more resonant note than the flora, a grand chorus of geological, or perhaps living, crystal. As I began to ascend, the terrain became steeper, the ground giving way to smooth, polished crystal paths that wound upwards through the glowing formations. The light here was brighter, reflected and refracted by the crystalline peaks, bathing everything in an ethereal silver glow. And then I saw them. Structures built into the very fabric of the crystal mountains. They were not the dark monoliths, nor were they the faceted central crystal. These were organic, flowing forms, as if the crystal itself had grown into intricate, harmonious shapes. Spires, arches, and domes, all composed of the same shimmering, silver-white crystal, emanating a soft, internal light. They seemed to be an extension of the mountains themselves, not separate constructs. The hum intensified here, becoming a profound, resonant melody that seemed to be the very voice of the crystal structures. It resonated with the sphere and the fragment in my hands, causing them to pulse brighter, their light intermingling. I followed the crystal path, drawn deeper into the heart of the mountains. The structures grew more complex, more numerous, forming a sprawling, harmonious city of light and sound. There were no visible entrances, no doors, no windows, just smooth, flowing surfaces. As I ventured deeper, I began to see movement. Not of the operators, not of the featureless beings. These were different. They were smaller, perhaps half my height, and slender, almost delicate. Their forms were vaguely humanoid, but their bodies were composed entirely of shimmering, crystalline light, not solid matter. They pulsed with a gentle inner luminescence, shifting through soft blues, greens, and silvers. They had no discernible features, just smooth, oval heads, but their forms suggested a grace and intelligence that transcended biological form. They drifted effortlessly through the air, sometimes coalescing from the shimmering crystal walls themselves, sometimes dissolving back into them. They moved with a slow, deliberate grace, tending to the structures, or perhaps simply existing within them. They were the inhabitants of this crystalline world. I stopped, utterly captivated, watching them. They didn't seem to notice me, or if they did, they showed no alarm, no curiosity. They were like silent, living currents of light flowing through their crystalline city. My heart pounded, but not with fear, with wonder. This was an entirely new form of life, an intelligence composed of pure energy and light, existing in harmony with their crystalline environment. I held up the sphere and the fragment. Their combined light pulsed, a silent greeting. One of the crystalline beings, larger than the others, perhaps the size of a child, drifted closer to me. It paused directly in front of me, its shimmering form radiating a gentle, cooling energy. Its inner light pulsed slowly, softly, a delicate shift from blue to green to silver. It slowly raised one of its delicate, crystalline limbs, and from its tip, a small, shimmering image coalesced in the air, similar to the projections of the operators, but far more organic, more fluid. It was an image of the purple sky, then of the glowing moss, then of the sapphire blue trees. It was showing me its world, its home. Then the image shifted. It showed a representation of the central chamber, the colossal crystal, the ring of operators, and then an image of me stepping through the portal, holding the fragment and the sphere. It knew, it understood. The image shifted again. This time it showed a series of symbols, intricate and flowing, not harsh or geometric, but organic, like living calligraphy. They were not words, but concepts, imbued with a profound meaning that I instinctively grasped. Welcome, traveler, seek knowledge, understand balance, join the flow. The message was clear, resounding in my mind, not as spoken words, but as pure, unadulterated understanding. These beings, these crystal entities, were part of the same vast network, the same collective intelligence. They were not operators, but perhaps the keepers, the living archives of this realm. The crystalline being lowered its limb, and the projection dissolved. It remained before me, its inner light pulsing gently, patiently. My mind raced, trying to reconcile the vastness of this new reality. The operators in the central chamber, the operators in the forest clearing, and these crystalline beings, all part of a grand, interconnected system, each with their own unique role. I took a shaky breath, the crisp, cool air filling my lungs. I want to understand, I whispered, my voice sounding weak and thin in the face of such profound, silent intelligence. What is my purpose? Why am I here? The crystalline being's inner light pulsed, shifting to a soft, warm gold. Another image shimmered into being before me. It was an image of Earth, and then an image of humanity, bustling, striving, reaching for the stars. Then an image of chaos, of discord, of imbalance. And then a new image, me standing on Earth, holding the sphere and the fragment, radiating the same purple and opalescent light. And from me, shimmering lines of energy spread outwards, connecting to other points on the planet, to other individuals. It was showing me that I was a conduit, a bridge, a catalyst. My purpose was to bring the knowledge, the understanding of balance back to my world, to my species, to help guide humanity towards its next evolutionary step in harmony with the vast cosmic tapestry. The image dissolved, the crystalline being remained, its golden light softly glowing. The magnitude of this purpose was staggering. I, a simple hiker, a woman who had stumbled into the impossible, was now entrusted with a mission that spanned worlds, that would shape the destiny of my species. It was terrifying, exhilarating, and utterly undeniable. I looked at the sphere and the fragment in my hands. They were no longer just alien artifacts. They were tools, extensions of myself, instruments for my new purpose. How, I asked, my voice stronger now, filled with a new resolve. How do I do this? The crystalline being shimmered, its form briefly blurring. Then it slowly began to ascend, drifting upwards gracefully towards one of the smooth, crystalline walls. As it reached the wall, its form began to diffuse, its light spreading, merging with the surface. And as it merged, a new, large, shimmering doorway began to form in the wall, slowly solidifying into a pearlescent portal. This one was different. It wasn't just a simple opening. It seemed to swirl with complex, almost architectural patterns within its surface, like looking into a living blueprint. The crystalline being was opening a path, another path, back to Earth, or to another stage in my journey. I watched mesmerized as the portal fully formed. It pulsed with a profound, beckoning light. The fragment and the sphere in my hands throbbed in unison, their combined light now a single, vibrant beacon. Their pulse was insistent, urging me forward. I looked at the portal, then back at the spot where the crystalline being had merged with the wall. The other smaller crystalline beings still drifted through the city of light, seemingly undisturbed, their inner lights pulsing softly. This was it, the next step, the next lesson. I took a deep breath, the cool, pure air of this crystalline world filling my lungs one last time. I felt no sorrow at leaving, only a deep sense of gratitude and a burning anticipation for what lay ahead. With a firm stride, I walked towards the shimmering, architecturally complex doorway, my hands outstretched, holding the instruments of my purpose. I didn't know what lay beyond, what new challenges, what new revelations awaited me, but I knew with absolute certainty that I was ready. I was no longer afraid. I was a witness, a conduit, and a participant in a cosmic dance far grander than I could have ever imagined. I stepped into the portal. The sensation was again a soft, seamless slide, a feeling of being gently drawn through a veil. No dissolution, no chaos, just a smooth, profound shift. I emerged into a space that was both familiar and entirely new. I was in a vast subterranean chamber, unlike any cave I had ever seen on Earth. The air was warm and humid, heavy with the scent of damp earth, and something biological, complex, and deeply ancient. The walls of the chamber were not rock, but immense, intertwining roots and geological formations, all glowing with a soft, bioluminescent light. The light was not alien and inorganic like the previous worlds, but vibrant, organic, a spectrum of greens, blues, and yellows, pulsating with a slow, rhythmic beat that mirrored a giant, unseen heart. The entire cavern seemed alive, breathing, a massive, underground ecosystem. My feet rested on a soft, yielding soil, rich with nutrients. The fragment and the sphere in my hands hummed, their combined light now a steady, warm glow. Around me, stretching into the colossal darkness of the cavern, were towering structures. Not monoliths, not crystals, but massive, organic formations. They resembled immense trees, but not of wood. Their trunks were woven from a network of glowing roots and phosphorescent minerals, stretching upwards into the unseen ceiling, their branches forming intricate living canopies that pulsed with soft, internal light. The hum was here too, but it was deeper, more resonant, a profound, almost musical vibration that seemed to emanate from the very roots of these colossal living structures. It resonated with my own body, with the core of my being, a feeling of deep connection, of ancient belonging. This was a different kind of alien, not technological, not crystalline, but bioluminescent, organic, teeming with unseen life. As my eyes adjusted to the pulsating light, I began to perceive movement in the shadows beneath the colossal root trees, not the silent, amorphous things of the anomalous forest, but something else entirely. They were large, lumbering forms, vaguely insectoid, but with a grace that defied their bulk. Their exoskeletons gleamed with dull, iridescent colors, deep purples, moss greens, and earthy browns, catching the bioluminescent light of the cavern. They had multiple limbs, segmented bodies, and large, compound eyes that glowed with a soft, amber light. They moved slowly, deliberately, tending to the roots, cultivating the glowing flora that coated the cavern floor. They were quiet, industrious, and utterly focused on their tasks. My heart quickened, but still there was no fear, only intense curiosity. These were the unseen things stirring beneath the surface from the fragments' data stream, but here they were revealed in their true forms, gentle giants, caretakers of this subterranean realm. The sphere and the fragment pulsed in my hands, a silent acknowledgement of these new beings. One of the larger insectoid creatures, easily twice my height, paused its work, its amber eyes slowly turning towards me. It remained still for a long moment, observing me. Its head, a complex arrangement of iridescent plates and sensory appendages, tilted slightly. It wasn't hostile, it was curious. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, it began to move towards me. Its many legs articulated gracefully, its massive form gliding over the glowing soil without disturbing the delicate flora. It stopped a few feet in front of me, its amber eyes fixed on mine. It lowered one of its forelimbs, a segmented appendage that ended in a delicate, multi-jointed hand-like structure. From the tip of its appendage, a soft, green light pulsed. And then a new kind of projection shimmered into existence between us. Not geometric, not fluid like the crystal beings, but organic, almost dreamlike. It showed images of the colossal root trees, their slow growth over millennia, their deep connection to the Earth's core. It showed the network of bioluminescent fungi, spreading, connecting everything. It showed the industrious insectoid creatures, cultivating, maintaining, living in harmony with this vast subterranean ecosystem. Then the images shifted. It showed the monoliths, the portals, the central chamber. It showed the crystal beings, the operators. It showed the intricate web, the profound balance that connected all these diverse forms of life, all these different realms. And then it showed Earth, my world, my species. It showed the discord, the imbalance, the accelerating decay of the planet. It was a stark, painful image of humanity's impact, of the growing disharmony. And then it showed me, standing in this very cavern, holding the sphere and the fragment. And from me, tendrils of green light spread outwards, connecting to the root trees, to the fungi, to the insectoid beings. Then the tendrils extended upwards, through the earth, connecting to the surface, to the forest. And then beyond, to the other realms, to the operators, to the crystal beings. The message was clear. This subterranean realm was the anchor, the root system, the lifeblood, and I was the conduit, the bridge, meant to connect this ancient, balanced system with the struggling surface world, with humanity. The projection dissolved, leaving behind a lingering sense of profound connection, of shared purpose. The insectoid creature remained, its amber eyes gazing at me, its gentle form radiating an immense, silent wisdom. "This is Earth," I whispered, the realization dawning on me with stunning clarity. This is what's beneath the surface. This is the source. The insectoid creature's form shimmered slightly, its internal bioluminescence brightening to a soft, approving green. The fragment and the sphere in my hands pulsed, a powerful, unified beat. They were not just guiding me, they were activating me. My new senses, my expanded understanding intensified. I felt the pulse of the living cavern beneath my feet, the slow, rhythmic beat of the colossal root trees, the intricate network of fungi that connected everything. I felt the earth itself, a vast, complex organism, breathing, living, sending tendrils of energy throughout its body. I was standing at the heart of it all, the heart of the anomaly, the heart of Earth's connection to the vast cosmic network. "What do I do?" I asked, my voice filled with a desperate urgency. "How do I heal it? How do I help?" The insectoid creature slowly lifted its forelimb again, and a new, more intricate projection shimmered into being. It showed the surface world, filled with human cities, with pollution, with noise. Then it showed a specific point, a small, vibrant green dot, located deep within a dense, untouched forest. It was a place I instinctively recognized, the state park, Miller's Path, the original anomaly. The projection zoomed in on that green dot, showing tendrils of light reaching out from it, subtly influencing the surrounding flora, creating small pockets of balance and renewal. But they were weak, easily overwhelmed. Then the projection shifted. It showed me, standing at that green dot, the fragment and the sphere radiating brilliant, encompassing light. And from that light, a powerful, vibrant wave of energy spread outwards, not just in the immediate area, but connecting with other latent points, other dormant nodes across the planet, reactivating them, revitalizing them. It showed a network of balance spreading, slowly, steadily, transforming the diseased parts of the planet. It was showing me a ritual, an activation, a healing. The projection dissolved. The insectoid creature remained, its amber eyes fixed on me, its silent wisdom a profound presence. The immense gravity of my task settled upon me. I was not just a messenger, I was an active agent. The fragment was not just a key, the sphere not just a tool. They were part of me now, extensions of my purpose. My presence, my consciousness, my very being was required to activate this ancient network. I looked down at my hands, at the glowing objects. They thrummed with a steady, powerful energy, a clear and undeniable call to action. The insectoid creature gently lowered its forelimb, then subtly turned its head, gesturing with its multi-jointed appendage towards a section of the cavern wall. And there a new shimmering doorway began to coalesce, slowly forming from the glowing roots and phosphorescent minerals. It was not pearlescent, not architecturally complex, but earthen, organic, glowing with a soft, warm, verdant light. It was a portal back to the surface, back to my world, back to the forest. I understood the time for observation was over. The time for action had come. I took a final look at the immense, living cavern, at the silent, industrious insectoid beings tending to their ancient roots. I felt a profound sense of connection, a deep resonance with this hidden heart of Earth. Then I turned and walked towards the verdant portal, my steps firm, my purpose clear, the fragment and the sphere radiating their combined light as a beacon. The fear was utterly gone, replaced by a fierce, undeniable resolve. I was going back to the world I knew, but no longer the same person. I was a bridge between worlds, a conduit for balance, a catalyst for healing. I stepped through the portal. The transition was immediate, a rush of cool, crisp air, a sudden burst of natural light. My feet landed on soft, damp earth, covered in familiar fallen leaves. Well, I was back. I stood in the middle of a dense, untouched section of the state park forest. The trees were tall and ancient, their branches intertwined, their leaves a riot of late autumn colors. The air smelled of pine, damp earth, and decaying leaves, the familiar scent of home. But it was different. The silence was not the oppressive, alien silence of the anomaly. It was the natural, vibrant silence of an old-growth forest, teeming with unseen life. The sunlight filtering through the canopy was warm and golden, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. There was a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, and in the distance I heard the faint chirp of a bird, the buzzing of an insect. The metallic sweetness was gone, the luminous fungus was gone, the strange distortions were gone, the forest was normal. But I knew better. I knew what lay beneath, and I knew what lay beyond. I held up the fragment and the sphere. The fragment pulsed with its deep purple light, the sphere with its shifting opalescent glow. They were still active, still humming with subtle energy. They had not dimmed, had not gone inert. They were waiting. My mind was reeling, buzzing with the vastness of my journey, the immensity of the knowledge I had gained, the staggering purpose I had been entrusted with. I had traveled through dimensions, communed with ancient intelligences, and seen the cosmic tapestry woven across realities. And now I was back, armed with the tools and the understanding to begin my mission. I looked around the familiar forest, seeing it with new eyes, a new depth of understanding. I saw the hidden energies, the intricate connections, the subtle pulse of life that flowed beneath the surface. I saw the fragile balance, the encroaching discord, and the immense potential for renewal. This was not the end of my journey. This was the true beginning. I took a deep breath, the familiar, comforting scent of the forest filling my lungs. My body felt strong, invigorated, ready. I began to walk, not following any trail, but guided by an internal compass, by the subtle pull of the fragment and the sphere, towards the specific location that had been shown to me in the projection, the original anomaly, the point where it had all begun. The forest floor was a tapestry of decay and rebirth, a cycle I now perceived with stark, visceral clarity. Every fallen leaf, every burrowing insect, every towering tree spoke a silent language of interconnectedness. My boots crunched on dry twigs and soft moss, but the sounds were different now. Not just the physical impact, but the subtle vibrations, the unseen currents of energy that flowed beneath the surface. A vast, complex symphony only I could hear. The fragment in my left hand glowed with a steady, deep purple, a beacon in the dappled sunlight. The sphere in my right hand pulsed with its opalescent, shifting light, a gentle, living warmth against my palm. They were no longer just objects. They were extensions of my new perception, my new being. They guided me with an insistent, internal pull, a whisper in my expanded consciousness. I walked deeper, following the whisper. The path, once familiar, was now overlaid with shimmering patterns visible only to my awakened senses. I saw the faint, ghostly outlines of the original glowing fungus, a memory burned into the very fabric of this place, waiting to be reactivated, to be purified. The air grew heavier, not with the metallic scent of the old anomaly, but with a profound, almost sacred stillness. The sounds of the forest, the distant bird calls, the rustling leaves seemed to recede, replaced by the profound hum that vibrated from the earth beneath my feet. It was the same hum I had felt in the subterranean cavern, the rhythmic beat of Earth's hidden heart, now clearer, stronger. I knew I was close, the pull intensified, becoming a powerful, almost physical current. My heart pounded, not from fear, but from the immense anticipation of what I was about to do. This was the nexus. This was the starting point. Finally, I emerged into a small clearing, shrouded by ancient, moss-covered oaks. It was the exact spot. The ground here was still slightly scorched from the portal's initial instability, a subtle discoloration beneath the new growth. There were no monoliths, no central crystal, no residual distortion, just a patch of quiet forest waiting. I stopped in the center of the clearing, the fragment and the sphere flaring brightly in my hands. Their combined light bathed me in a radiant, swirling aura of purple and opalescence. The hum from the earth intensified, vibrating through my very bones, resonating with the energy coursing through me. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. The air filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, but also something more, a clean, pure energy, like ozone after a storm, but without the harshness. My mind stretched, reaching outwards, downwards, connecting with the vast network I had glimpsed. I felt the colossal root trees far beneath, the shimmering, crystalline cities on distant worlds, the silent, watchful operators in their great assembly. I was a nexus, a conduit, linking all these realities. My purpose was clear. The vision from the insectoid creature surged through my mind. Me, standing here, radiating light, spreading a wave of healing energy across the planet. I slowly raised my hands, the fragment and the sphere held aloft, their combined light now a single, brilliant column reaching towards the sky, piercing the canopy. As I raised them, I felt an immense surge of power flow into me, through me, and then out of me. It wasn't my power, it was the power of the network, channeled through me, amplified by the artifacts. A deep, resonant chord vibrated through the clearing, a sound that seemed to come from the very air, from the trees, from the earth itself. The moss on the ground pulsed with a soft, green light. The leaves on the surrounding trees began to shimmer, not with dew, but with tiny, internal sparks of pure, vibrant energy. I focused my will not as a command, but as an intention, a heartfelt plea to the earth, to the network, to the essence of balance. Heal, reconnect, remember. The light from my hands intensified further, radiating outwards in a gentle, palpable wave. I saw it with my new eyes, a shimmering, emerald-green energy spreading across the forest floor, gently touching the roots of the trees, flowing into the soil, seeping deep beneath the surface. It was a wave of pure life, of renewal. As the wave spread, the forest responded. The air grew lighter, fresher. The leaves on the trees seemed to unfurl subtly, their colors deepening, becoming more vibrant. The soil underfoot felt more alive, teeming with unseen activity. The discordant notes, the subtle signs of imbalance I had perceived earlier, began to fade, replaced by a harmonious, rhythmic pulse. I saw the glowing fungus, not just as a memory, but as an energetic blueprint. The emerald wave touched these residual patterns, and they flared to life, not with the aggressive, metallic glow of the old anomaly, but with a soft, warm, nurturing luminescence. It was the fungus, but purified, restored to its original, beneficial purpose, a symbiotic network, connecting the earth to the cosmic energies, but now in balance, in harmony. The wave continued to expand, moving beyond the clearing, rippling through the entire state park. I felt it, sensed it, an immense spreading warmth. Tendrils of this green energy shot out like invisible roots, delving deep beneath the earth, connecting with the vast subterranean network I had recently visited. I felt the pulse of the colossal root trees, the slow, rhythmic beat of Earth's heart grow stronger, more vibrant. The connection was complete. But it didn't stop there. The projection from the insectoid being had shown me the lines spreading across the planet. I reached out further, my consciousness expanding with the wave of energy. I saw, not with my eyes, but with my mind, shimmering lines of light spreading out from the state park, stretching across continents, across oceans. They sought out other dormant nodes, other places where the veil between worlds had thinned, where the ancient network lay sleeping. As these tendrils of light touched those points, I felt them awaken, one by one. A subtle surge of energy from a desert canyon, a faint shimmer from a remote mountain range, a gentle hum from the depths of a pristine ocean trench. The network was coming back online, a global web of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the forces I now understood. The process was slow, vast, and utterly consuming. I stood in the clearing, a conduit for what felt like hours or perhaps days. Time had lost all meaning. My body was a vessel, vibrating with the immense energies flowing through it. My mind was expanded to an unimaginable degree, holding the consciousness of an entire planet, an entire network. Slowly, gradually, the intensity began to recede. The brilliant column of light softened, diffused, and then gently faded. The hum from the earth settled into a gentle, rhythmic thrum. The luminous moss and shimmering leaves returned to their natural state, but now with an underlying vibrancy, an inner glow that was subtle, yet undeniably present to my new senses. I lowered my hands, the fragment and the sphere still glowing, but now with a calmer, steady pulse. I opened my eyes. The clearing was bathed in the familiar golden light of late afternoon, but the air felt crisp, alive, cleansed. A profound sense of peace settled over me, a quiet, deep satisfaction. I had done it. The first step was complete. My body felt light, invigorated, but my mind was reeling from the sheer magnitude of the experience. It was like waking from a dream of cosmic proportions, the echoes of infinity still reverberating in my consciousness. I was still me, but infinitely more. I took a tentative step, then another. My movements were fluid, effortless. I felt a deep connection to the earth beneath my feet, to the trees around me, to the very air I breathed. I was part of it all, truly part of it. But the task was not over. The healing had begun, but it was a long, slow process. The vision had shown me the spread of energy, but also the enduring chaos, the discord in human society. The network was activated, but it needed a shepherd, a guide. As I began to walk out of the clearing, a new sensation rippled through my expanded perception. Not a natural forest sound, but a distant, rhythmic thud, metal against earth, the unmistakable sound of human technology. My enhanced senses immediately pinpointed its source, coming from the edge of the state park where the paved road met the wilderness. Heavy vehicles, a convoy, and with them a surge of human energy, not malevolent, but tense, structured, searching. My heart tightened. They were here. The government, the authorities, whoever had been monitoring the anomaly before. They must have detected the surge of energy, the activation. They were coming for answers. And now I was the most significant answer they would find. I glanced down at the fragment and the sphere in my hands. Their combined light was subtle now, easily hidden if I wished. But the energy that radiated from me, the profound change in my very being, that was not so easily concealed. I was no longer just an anonymous hiker. I was the bridge, the conduit, the catalyst, and now my role would become far more complex, far more dangerous. I quickened my pace, moving silently through the forest. My enhanced senses picked up the subtle shifts in air currents, the rustle of leaves that betrayed my presence. I moved with an almost primal grace, a deep, intuitive understanding of the terrain. I was part of the forest now, and it helped conceal me. The thudding of the approaching convoy grew louder, closer. I could hear the rumble of their engines, the distant murmur of human voices. They were coming directly for the clearing, for the nexus point. I had a choice, confrontation or concealment. Neither felt simple. Concealment might buy me time, but it wouldn't solve the problem. My presence, my very existence, was now intricately linked to the awakening network. They would sense something was different, even if they didn't find me. Confrontation, I didn't know what that would entail. What could I tell them? How could I explain? Would they believe me? Or would they see me as a threat, an anomaly to be contained, studied, dissected? A flicker of the chaos I had seen in the insectoid's projection of humanity, the discord, the imbalance, resonated in my mind. Introducing myself as the planetary healer to a military-grade response team felt like a recipe for disaster. They were not ready for this, not yet. I needed time to understand the full scope of my abilities, to learn how to wield this immense responsibility, time to figure out how to bridge the gap between their limited understanding and the cosmic truth. I veered off the most direct path, choosing instead to move deeper into the dense undergrowth, relying on the forest to cloak my movements. I wasn't running from fear, but from a strategic imperative. My mission was too important to be derailed by human short-sightedness. The sounds of the convoy became deafening as they reached the edge of the clearing. I heard doors opening, footsteps crunching on leaves, terse commands being issued. They were there, in the very spot where I had just completed the first stage of Earth's healing. I crouched low behind a cluster of thick ferns, barely breathing. My heart rate was steady, unnaturally calm. My senses were on high alert, processing every whisper of wind, every snap of a twig, every faint tremor in the earth. I could even pick up the subtle electrical signals of their equipment, the frantic crackle of their radios. "Secure the perimeter," a gruff voice barked. "Team Alpha, sweep the clearing. Team Beta, investigate the energy signature, East Quadrant." Energy signature. They had indeed detected it. They knew something powerful had happened here. I felt their boots on the ground, felt their methodical advance. They were well-trained, organized, but they were blind to the true nature of what they were searching for, blind to the intricate web of life that now pulsed beneath their very feet. I moved with silent precision, keeping the dense undergrowth between myself and their advancing lines. I felt the subtle hum of the restored fungal network guiding me, showing me the weakest points in their perimeter, the blind spots in their search patterns. The forest was my ally, my protector. I continued to put distance between myself and the encroaching human presence. The forest seemed to welcome me, its branches parting to let me pass, its shadows deepening to conceal me. I was a ghost in their midst, an echo in their technology. As I moved further away, the sounds of their search began to fade, replaced once more by the vibrant symphony of the rejuvenated forest. The gentle rustle of leaves, the chirping of unseen birds, the distant murmur of a stream that sounded clearer, purer than before. I felt a pang of profound sadness, a sharp ache in my expanded consciousness. They were my people, my species, and they were so utterly disconnected, so lost in their own limited perceptions, unable to see the profound beauty and truth that surrounded them. My purpose now stretched beyond merely activating the network. It was to bridge that gap, to help them see. But how? That was the new, overwhelming question. I walked for what felt like hours, moving away from the state park, away from the immediate threat of discovery. The setting sun cast long, golden shadows through the trees, painting the forest in hues of orange and purple. The familiar beauty of it brought a sense of grounding, a stark contrast to the cosmic vistas I had witnessed. As twilight deepened, I found myself on the outskirts of the forest, near a small, winding road that led to the nearest town. Lights twinkled in the distance, a comforting yet unsettling sight. Humanity, my home, a place I now saw with an entirely new lens. The fragment and the sphere still pulsed in my hands, their combined light a warm, reassuring presence. They were ready, and so was I. But I couldn't just walk into town, radiating cosmic energy, carrying alien artifacts. I needed a plan. I needed to understand the mechanics of this immense global mission. And most importantly, I needed to learn how to interact with humanity, how to convey the immensity of what I knew without being dismissed as insane or worse, becoming a subject of scientific and military obsession. The thought of returning to my old life, to my old apartment, to the mundane rhythm of human existence, felt utterly alien. I was no longer the same person who had left her life behind to search for answers in the woods. That person was gone, replaced by something profoundly different, something more. I paused at the edge of the tree line, looking out at the distant lights of civilization. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and human activity. The night sky was beginning to reveal its stars, no longer just distant pinpricks, but swirling nebulae of hidden energy, visible to my awakened eyes. My journey had taken me through unthinkable portals, across dimensions, into the very heart of cosmic intelligence. I had been imbued with knowledge, gifted with tools, and entrusted with a purpose that spanned worlds. And now I was back on Earth, at the threshold of a new existence, facing the daunting task of awakening my own species. The road ahead was unknown, fraught with challenges and impossible choices, but I was no longer afraid. I was ready. The fear had been replaced by a fierce, undeniable resolve, a burning desire to fulfill my destiny, to bring balance back to my world. The fragment and the sphere pulsed in my hands, a silent promise. This was the true beginning of my mission, the first tentative step into a world that was both utterly familiar and profoundly alien. I was a bridge between two realities, and the journey had just begun. I took a deep breath, the night air crisp and cool, and stepped out of the shadows towards the unknown future. The cool night air brushed against my face as I stepped from the protective shadows of the forest onto the narrow, asphalt road. The distant lights of the town twinkled, a fragile beacon of human civilization against the vast, star-strewn canvas of a newly understood universe. My boots, still covered in damp earth and fallen leaves, felt foreign on the hard surface. Everything felt foreign, yet acutely familiar, seen through a double lens of my old self and my new, expanded consciousness. The fragment and the sphere in my hands pulsed softly, a comforting rhythm, a silent promise of purpose. I tucked them carefully into the inner pocket of my worn hiking jacket, their light dimming but their energy still a warm hum against my chest. They were too important, too revealing to be openly displayed. My appearance, however, was another matter. I was still dressed in my hiking gear, muddy and disheveled, hardly inconspicuous. My enhanced senses immediately picked up the subtle details of the road, the faint scent of gasoline, of rubber, of distant exhaust, the microscopic dust motes dancing in the moonlight, the barely perceptible hum of electrical lines running along the roadside. It was a cacophony of information, a jarring contrast to the pure, organic symphony of the rejuvenated forest. I started walking towards the town, the rhythm of my steps steady and unhurried. I needed to blend in, to become invisible, if I was to have any chance of fulfilling my mission. My old life, my old identity, felt like a distant dream, a faded photograph. Yet, it was the only frame of reference I had for interacting with this world. As I walked, my mind raced, processing the incredible torrent of information. The operators, the crystalline beings, the insectoid caretakers, all part of a vast, interconnected network, a cosmic symphony of balance. And I was the conductor, or at least, a new instrument in the orchestra. The thought was both humbling and terrifying. How would I begin to share this knowledge? How could I possibly convey the truth of the universe to a world still grappling with its own internal conflicts, its own self-made problems? They wouldn't understand. They couldn't, not yet. I needed to start small, to observe, to learn how to navigate this new dual existence, human on the surface, cosmic beneath. The first challenge was immediate and practical: food, shelter, a way to appear normal. I had no money, no phone, no identification. My old backpack with its meager supplies was still in the forest, likely long discovered by the government agents. The town grew closer, its lights brightening, its sounds becoming clearer. The distant drone of traffic, the faint strains of music from an open window, the occasional bark of a dog. I could feel the collective pulse of its inhabitants, a restless energy, a blend of anxieties, hopes, mundane concerns. It was overwhelming, yet I could now filter it, separating individual threads from the chaotic whole. I found a small, all-night diner at the edge of town, its neon sign flickering a welcome. I paused, observing the few cars in the parking lot, the tired-looking waitress inside. An idea sparked, not a thought, but an intuitive leap from the network itself. My enhanced perception showed me the subtle flow of information, the opportunities. I pushed open the door, the small bell above jingling merrily. The aroma of stale coffee and fried food hit me, a strangely comforting scent. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a kind face, looked up, surprised to see a bedraggled hiker enter at this hour. "Excuse me," I said, my voice a little hoarser than I remembered. I think I'm a bit lost. Been hiking for days. My phone died, and I seem to have misplaced my wallet somewhere back on the trail." I tried to inject a note of weary embarrassment into my voice, a human touch. The waitress, bless her soul, seemed to take pity on me. "Oh, honey, you look like you've been through it. Sit down, sit down. We'll figure something out." She led me to a booth by the window, bringing a glass of water without asking. As I sat, I felt a subtle shift in the diner's energy, a gentle ripple of empathy from her. It was a small thing, but to my expanded senses, it was a profound act of kindness, a tiny spark of balance in the discord. I explained a simplified version of my story: a wrong turn, a long hike, getting disoriented in the state park. She listened patiently, occasionally clucking her tongue. "Tell you what," she said, her smile warm. "How about a warm meal on the house, and we can call the sheriff, see if they can help you find your way home." I knew calling the sheriff was a bad idea. They would likely be connected to the ongoing search. I had to politely decline. "Oh, that's so kind of you, but I really just need to rest and figure things out. No need to bother the authorities just yet." I managed a weak smile. "I'm sure I can find my way to a motel and figure out my ride home in the morning." She nodded, still looking concerned. "All right, but I'm still getting you some food. How about a nice hot bowl of chili and a coffee?" "That would be wonderful, thank you." As she walked away, I felt the fragment and sphere warm against my chest. My new physiology didn't require food or sleep in the same way, but the gesture, the human interaction, was important. It was a first step back into the world I had left. While I waited, I focused my senses, discreetly scanning the diner. I saw the waitress's aura, a mix of fatigue and resilience laced with a gentle kindness. I felt the subtle pulse of the other patrons, their worries about bills, their small joys, their unspoken anxieties. It was a web of human emotion, so messy, yet so vibrant. The chili was hearty and warm, the coffee a welcome bitterness. I ate slowly, savoring the simple human experience. My mind, however, was already planning. I needed a new identity, at least temporarily. I needed resources, and I needed to begin to understand how the activated network could influence human systems. After I finished, I thanked the waitress profusely. "I truly can't thank you enough," I said. "I feel so much better. I just need to find a place to crash for the night." She looked at me, her kind eyes full of worry. "You know, I get off in an hour. My shift ends at 3. My sister's got a spare room. It's not much, but it's warm and safe. You could stay there for a night or two, get your bearings, figure things out." My expanded consciousness immediately processed the offer. It was genuine, a true act of compassion. It was also a perfect opportunity, a safe base away from official scrutiny where I could observe and plan, a simple human connection. That's incredibly generous," I said, genuinely touched. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," she smiled. "No one should be out on the street, especially not after what you've been through. My name's Maria, by the way." "Sarah," I replied, using my real name, feeling a strange mix of truth and deception. "Thank you, Maria." Maria finished her shift, and we drove in her old, rattling sedan to a small, unassuming house on the outskirts of town. Her sister, Elena, was asleep, but Maria showed me to a small, neat room with a freshly made bed. "Make yourself at home, Sarah," she said, handing me a clean towel and a bar of soap. "There's a shower. Get some rest. We can talk more in the morning." I closed the door behind her, the soft click echoing in the quiet room. I was safe, for now. I went to the small, attached bathroom, stripped off my muddy clothes, and stood under the blessedly warm spray of the shower. The water sluiced over my skin, washing away the grime of the forest, but it couldn't wash away the profound changes within me. As I dried myself, I looked at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes, once weary and fearful, now held a deep, knowing light. My face was still mine, but it carried an unfamiliar strength, a quiet resolve. I was no longer just Sarah, the hiker. I was something more. I retrieved the fragment and the sphere from my jacket. They glowed softly in the dim light of the room, their colors a vibrant whisper of other worlds. I held them for a moment, letting their energy flow through me, grounding me in my new reality. Sleep felt unnecessary, but rest, a period of quiet contemplation, was essential. I lay on the bed, my mind buzzing, not with fatigue, but with the sheer volume of information I needed to assimilate. I focused on the global network I had activated. I felt its subtle pulse, a rhythmic thrum that resonated with the earth itself. It was spreading slowly, steadily, revitalizing dormant points, mending subtle imbalances. But the discord, the human chaos, was still there, a dense, turbulent cloud obscuring the planet's innate harmony. My mission was to clear that cloud, to help humanity connect to the balance. In the morning, Maria and Alina were bustling in the kitchen. The aroma of coffee and toast filled the air. They were both kind, practical women, their lives filled with small, everyday concerns. They were also unknowingly connected to the vast network I now served. Every act of kindness, every moment of genuine connection, was a tiny thread reinforcing the fabric of balance. "Good morning, Sarah," Maria greeted me warmly. "Sleep well." Surprisingly, yes, I lied smoothly. Thank you again, Maria Elena. This is incredibly kind. Over breakfast, I learned more about them. Maria was a single mother, raising a teenage son, working two jobs to make ends meet. Elena was a retired teacher, living on a modest pension, always busy with gardening and volunteer work. Their lives were simple, yet rich in their own way, and they were both, in their own quiet ways, contributors to the subtle harmony of the world. I needed to move quickly but carefully. I couldn't impose on them for long. I needed to establish myself, to gain some form of independent existence, and I needed to avoid attracting the attention of the authorities, who were undoubtedly still scouring the state park. My expanded senses allowed me to subtly probe their minds, not to control, but to understand. I saw their immediate needs, their unspoken desires. I saw the subtle financial strains Maria carried, the small, quiet wishes Elena held. Maria, I began, choosing my words carefully. I know this is a huge imposition, and I really want to pull my weight. Is there anything I can do around the house? Anything I can help with? Maria waved a dismissive hand. Oh no, dear, you just rest. You've been through enough. No, really, I insisted. I feel much better. I'm good with my hands, and I really want to help. I felt the subtle hesitation in her. She was tired, overwhelmed by her responsibilities. An intuitive spark, a whisper from the network, guided my next words. I noticed the porch light flickering last night, I said, as if it were a casual observation, and perhaps a few other things that could use a handyman's touch. I focused on the small, practical needs that I could fulfill, the small acts of service that would generate trust and a sense of reciprocity. Maria's eyes widened slightly. Well, funny you should mention the porch light and the leaky faucet in the bathroom. Over the next few days, I threw myself into practical tasks. With my enhanced dexterity and understanding of underlying systems, even basic repairs became effortless. The porch light was fixed, the faucet no longer dripped, a squeaky door was silenced. I helped Alina with her garden, sensing the needs of the plants, the subtle energy flows in the soil. The garden seemed to flourish under my touch, its colors deepening, its growth accelerating in subtle ways. These were small acts, but they were acts of balance, of mending, of bringing harmony to small corners of the human world. Maria and Alina were effusive in their gratitude. "Sarah, you're a godsend," Maria exclaimed one evening. "I don't know how to thank you. You've fixed more things in 3 days than I've been meaning to get to for months." "It's my pleasure," I genuinely replied. "You've given me a place to stay, and I wanted to help." My temporary identity as a stranded hiker was becoming less sustainable. I needed a way to generate income, to become fully independent, and to do so in a way that furthered my mission. I couldn't openly declare my cosmic purpose. I needed a more subtle approach. I began to explore the town, venturing out during the day, observing. My senses were constantly at work, processing the subtle energies, the hidden connections. I saw the vibrant pulse of a small community, but also the underlying stresses, the economic anxieties, the social divisions, the small acts of unkindness, the moments of profound empathy. I found a small community center offering various classes and workshops. It was a nexus of human interaction, a place where people came together, often seeking improvement or connection. An idea began to form, a whisper from the network that grew into a clear directive. I approached the center's director, a harried but well-meaning woman named Ms. Henderson. "Excuse me," I began, adopting a calm, confident tone. My name is Sarah. I'm new in town and I'm looking for a way to contribute. Ms. Henderson looked me up and down, a touch of skepticism in her eyes. And what exactly do you do, Sarah? I have a background in wellness and natural systems, I said, choosing my words carefully. I believe I could offer workshops on holistic living, stress reduction, and cultivating personal balance, practical techniques for improving well-being, fostering community, and connecting with the natural world. It was broad enough, vague enough, but truthful in its essence. My methods, of course, would be far more profound than typical wellness techniques. I would subtly channel the energies of the network, guiding people towards their own innate connection to balance. Ms. Henderson was intrigued but hesitant. We do have a few yoga and meditation classes, but natural systems, that's a bit outside our usual scope. I believe it would be a unique offering, I countered, projecting a subtle sense of calm and conviction. People are searching for deeper connections, for ways to navigate the stresses of modern life. My approach focuses on practical application, on helping people find their own inner harmony and extend it to their surroundings. I subtly let a faint current of balancing energy flow from the fragment and sphere, a warmth that radiated outwards, gently influencing Ms. Henderson's perception. Not to control her, but to resonate with her own desire for well-being, for the community's benefit. Her expression softened. Well, we do have a small room free on Tuesday evenings, and if you're new in town, perhaps we could offer a trial class, see if there's any interest. No pay for the first one, just to see the turnout. That would be perfect, I said, a faint smile touching my lips. Thank you, Ms. Henderson. I believe it will be very beneficial. I spent the next few days preparing. I didn't need to research or study. The knowledge was already within me, woven into my very being. I simply needed to structure it in a way that humans could understand and receive. I designed exercises that encouraged mindfulness, deep breathing, connection to the senses, and a subtle awareness of the energies around them. I would guide them, gently, towards the recognition of the underlying balance that permeated all things. Maria and Alina were supportive. That's wonderful, Sarah. You have such a calming presence. I'm sure people will love it. My first workshop was small, just 6 people. A few curious retirees, a stressed-out young mother, a cynical-looking man who seemed to be there out of sheer boredom. I stood before them, dressed in borrowed, simple clothes, the fragment and sphere safely hidden. I projected an aura of peace and calm, drawing on the immense well of balanced energy within me. Welcome, I began, my voice soft, yet carrying an unusual resonance. Tonight, we're going to explore what it means to truly connect to ourselves, to each other, and to the world around us. It's not about grand gestures, but about subtle shifts, small moments of awareness that can bring profound change. I led them through simple breathing exercises, encouraging them to focus on the sensation of air entering and leaving their bodies. As they relaxed, I subtly channeled the balancing energy of the network, a gentle warmth that permeated the room, easing their tensions, quieting their minds. I guided them to visualize their own inner light, their own connection to the vibrant life force around them. The effects were subtle yet palpable. The young mother's shoulders relaxed, the cynical man's frown eased. Even the retirees, initially skeptical, settled into a quiet focus. By the end of the hour, a profound sense of peace filled the small room. Their individual energetic signatures, once scattered and discordant, now pulsed with a gentle, harmonious rhythm. Thank you, the young mother whispered, her eyes shining. I haven't felt this calm in months. The cynical man surprisingly nodded. I don't know what you did, but I feel pretty good. Ms. Henderson, who had peeked in occasionally, approached me afterwards, her expression one of genuine surprise. Sarah, that was remarkable. Everyone seems so relaxed. The feedback is already positive. We'd love to have you back weekly. And so my mission began. Slowly, subtly, I started to weave the threads of balance into the fabric of this small community. My workshops grew in popularity. People were drawn to the sense of peace, the clarity, the renewed energy they experienced. I never spoke of portals or crystal beings, but I taught them universal principles: connection, mindfulness, the inherent harmony of nature, the power of their own internal balance. I also found practical ways to help. I used my enhanced senses to identify subtle energetic imbalances in the community: a neglected park, a contentious neighborhood dispute, a struggling local business. I didn't interfere directly, but I found ways to subtly influence, to suggest, to bring together the right people, to plant seeds of resolution and cooperation. For the neglected park, I organized a community cleanup, subtly guiding volunteers to areas that needed the most energetic revitalization. For the dispute, I encouraged dialogue, creating a neutral space where opposing parties could find common ground. For the business, I connected the owners with resources they didn't know existed, helping them find their own path to sustainability. These were small victories, but they were significant. Each act of mending, each step towards harmony, resonated through the network, strengthening its influence on the surface world. My income from the workshops allowed me to rent a small apartment, establishing a more permanent base. I continued to visit Maria and Alina, helping them in their garden, sharing meals, strengthening our human connection. They became anchors in my new existence, reminders of the simple, profound beauty of human kindness. As weeks turned into a few months, I became a quiet, respected figure in the town. People sought me out, not just for my workshops, but for advice, for a calming presence. I listened, observed, and gently guided, always seeking to empower them to find their own solutions, their own paths to balance. But the larger world was still a turbulent sea. My expanded senses were constantly aware of the discord outside this small bubble of relative harmony. The news, which I now consumed with a detached, analytical mind, was a relentless barrage of conflict, environmental degradation, and human suffering. The network was working, spreading its influence, but the inertia of centuries of imbalance was immense. And then the first ripple of wider trouble came. I was in my apartment, meditating, connecting deeply with the network, when a strong surge of discordant energy hit my perception. It wasn't local. It was far away, in a densely populated urban center, a major city I recognized as being several states away. This wasn't just general human discord. This was focused, violent, a sudden, intense explosion of anger and fear, a deep rupture in the fabric of civic balance. I opened my eyes, my heart pounding with a different kind of urgency. The fragment and the sphere pulsed with an alarmed rhythm against my chest. I turned on the television. The news channels were ablaze with breaking reports. Riots, large-scale protests had erupted into chaos, engulfing several blocks of the city center. Images of burning cars, shattered windows, and clashes between police and protesters flashed across the screen. The airwaves were thick with fear, outrage, and desperation. This was more than local disharmony. This was a critical point, a manifestation of the deeper imbalance I was meant to address. My subtle, gradual approach in the small town, while vital, was not enough for this. The network was sending me a clear signal. Action was required. I knew I couldn't simply walk into a riot. My abilities, while profound, were not about brute force or magical intervention. They were about guidance, about re-establishing balance. I needed to understand the root cause of this particular outburst, the specific points of energetic imbalance that had led to such a violent eruption. I closed my eyes again, reaching out with my expanded consciousness, focusing on the affected city. I sifted through the chaotic energies, seeking patterns, seeking the underlying currents. I saw layers of frustration, generations of injustice, economic despair, all coalescing into a volatile stew. And at its core, a profound sense of disconnection from empathy, from shared purpose, from the innate balance of being. I knew I had to go. My mission wasn't confined to this quiet town. It was global. I packed a small bag, leaving a note for Maria and Alina, vaguely explaining a sudden, urgent need to travel. I couldn't risk revealing the true nature of my journey. I headed to the bus station, my senses on high alert. I felt the subtle tendrils of the government's continued search, still active, still seeking. They hadn't found me yet, but they hadn't given up. I moved with a practiced ease, blending into the flow of travelers, an unseen current in the human tide. The bus ride was long, an endless blur of highways and faceless towns. I used the time to meditate, to deepen my connection to the network, to mentally prepare for the intense discord I would face. The fragment and sphere hummed steadily, a constant source of strength and guidance. When I arrived in the city, the atmosphere was immediately stifling. The air was heavy with the lingering scent of smoke and tear gas, a physical manifestation of the psychic tension. Sirens wailed in the distance. Police barricades blocked off entire sections of the city. The energy was thick with fear, anger, and a pervasive sense of helplessness. I disembarked the bus and moved quickly, navigating the chaotic streets. My enhanced senses were overwhelmed, assaulted by the sheer volume of discordant human emotion. It was like standing in the middle of a psychic storm, but I focused, filtering the noise, seeking the eye of the storm, the specific points of rupture. I found myself drawn towards the epicenter of the riots, a large public square surrounded by government buildings and corporate skyscrapers. The scene was even worse than the news reports had conveyed. Graffiti defaced monuments, shattered glass littered the ground, and burned-out vehicles smoldered, their husks stark symbols of destruction. Small groups of protesters still lingered, their faces etched with anger and exhaustion. Police lines, heavily armed and armored, stood rigid, their presence radiating a cold, defensive energy. The divide was stark, almost tangible. I moved quietly, observing, listening, feeling. I saw the individual suffering, the collective pain. I saw the fear in the eyes of the police, the righteous anger in the hearts of the protesters, and the underlying exhaustion that permeated both sides. I needed a point of entry, a way to introduce a subtle shift, to plant a seed of balance in this fertile ground of chaos. My gaze fell on a makeshift memorial that had been set up near the center of the square. Candles flickered in the debris, surrounded by wilting flowers, handwritten signs, and photographs of victims. It was a place where grief and remembrance intertwined, a raw nerve of human emotion. This was it, a place of shared humanity, of vulnerability, a potential nexus for healing. I approached the memorial, my steps slow and deliberate. No one seemed to notice me at first, lost in their own grief or anger. I knelt, placing my hands gently on the makeshift altar. I closed my eyes, and from the fragment and sphere, a soft, emerald green light began to emanate, flowing through my hands into the objects on the memorial, into the very ground itself. I focused my will not on stopping the conflict, but on restoring the connection, connecting the grieving to their empathy, the angry to their underlying pain, the fearful to their shared humanity. I channeled the pure, unadulterated energy of balance, a wave of calm and understanding. The effect was subtle, almost imperceptible to the unaided eye, but to my expanded senses it was profound. The discordant energies around the memorial began to soften, to blend, to find a gentler rhythm. The raw edges of anger seemed to blur, replaced by a quiet, collective sorrow. The air around me grew lighter, clearer, carrying a faint scent of peace. A few people near the memorial looked up, their eyes unfocused, as if waking from a trance. They looked at each other, then back at the memorial, a strange quiet settling over them. The shift was internal, a momentary reprieve from the rage, a flicker of shared humanity. My focus was absolute, my entire being pouring into this act of subtle recalibration. I felt the network humming beneath me, channeling its immense power through my conduit. This was what I was meant to do, stand in the heart of discord and gently, persistently, weave threads of harmony. Suddenly, a voice cut through the quiet, harsh and authoritative. "Hey, you, what do you think you're doing?" I opened my eyes, the emerald light from my hands fading instantly, as if I had merely been holding them still. A police officer, clad in riot gear, was striding towards me, his face grim beneath his helmet. Behind him, several other officers were turning their attention my way. My heart rate remained steady. I had known this moment would come. Confrontation was inevitable. I stood slowly, calmly. "I'm paying my respects," I said, my voice clear and even, like everyone else here. The officer stopped a few feet away, his gaze sharp, suspicious. "This area is restricted. You need to move along." And what was that light? "There was no light, officer," I replied, my gaze unwavering. "Just a moment of quiet reflection." I used a subtle mental push, a gentle, energetic nudge to sow a seed of doubt in his mind, a fleeting suggestion that he might have been mistaken, overly stressed. Not a command, but a whisper of suggestion. He blinked, his brow furrowing slightly. He looked around, then back at me. "Look, I don't know what you're doing, but you need to leave, now, before things get worse." His tone was still firm, but a tiny thread of his earlier certainty seemed to have unraveled. "I understand," I said, keeping my tone respectful. "I'm leaving." I walked away from the memorial, moving towards the edge of the square. I could feel the officers watching me, their suspicion lingering, but they made no move to stop me. The subtle, energetic shift, the momentary easing of tension around the memorial, had been just enough to diffuse the immediate confrontation. As I walked, I felt a new pulse within the network, a subtle change in the energy of the city. The raw, chaotic anger hadn't vanished, but the profound sense of hopelessness had lessened, replaced by a tiny flicker of resolve, a quiet determination to seek a better way. It was a minuscule shift, but it was a beginning, a seed planted. I knew my work here wasn't done. One subtle act of balancing wasn't enough. The discord was too deep, too pervasive. I needed a more sustained approach. As I reached the edge of the square, where the police barricade still stood, I noticed a group of people clustered around a small, portable stage. Someone was speaking, a community organizer, her voice amplified by a crackling microphone. She was pleading for calm, for unity, for a return to dialogue. Her energy was passionate but frayed, overwhelmed by the surrounding chaos. Another opportunity, another nexus. I moved towards the stage, slipping through the thinning crowd. My internal compass, guided by the network, pointed me towards this woman. She was a natural leader, a focal point of human connection, and therefore a potential conduit for the balancing energies. I found a spot near the stage, listening intently. Her words were powerful, but they were not landing. The audience was too angry, too frustrated, their collective energy too scattered. I closed my eyes briefly, channeling the balancing energy from the fragment and sphere once more. This time I focused on the speaker, not to manipulate her words, but to enhance her clarity, to imbue her message with a subtle resonance of empathy and shared purpose. I directed the energy outwards, gently calming the agitated individual energies in the crowd, making them more receptive, more open to listening. When I opened my eyes, the speaker was still talking, but something had shifted. Her voice, while still passionate, now carried a profound resonance, a quiet authority that seemed to cut through the surrounding noise. The crowd slowly began to quiet. Heads turned towards her, listening not just to her words, but to the underlying truth in her message. I watched unseen as the communal energy began to coalesce, not into anger, but into a shared understanding, a collective yearning for solutions. It was a fragile shift, easily broken, but it was a testament to the power of the network, channeled through a human conduit. I knew then that my approach couldn't always be physical intervention. Sometimes it would be subtle amplification, empowering those who were already working for balance, helping them connect with the deeper currents of harmony. As the speaker finished, a hush fell over the crowd, not of resignation, but of contemplation. People began to murmur amongst themselves, not in argument, but in quiet discussion. The police lines, still rigid, seemed to subtly relax. The immediate threat of renewed violence seemed to recede. My work in this city, for now, was done. I had planted seeds. The network would continue to nurture them, slowly, steadily. But the immense scale of the problem was clear. I couldn't be everywhere. I couldn't personally touch every point of discord. I needed to understand how to disseminate this knowledge, this awareness, on a wider scale. How to make humanity receptive to the truths of balance without revealing the impossible source of that truth. I began to walk away from the square, towards the quieter streets, my mind buzzing with new plans. The fragment and the sphere hummed a steady, reassuring note against my chest. My mission was vast, encompassing not just individual healing, but societal transformation. As I walked, my enhanced senses picked up a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in the air. Not human, not natural. It was a familiar energy signature, one that made my heart quicken. The distinct pulse of the operators. They weren't here not physically, but a subtle energetic signature, like a faint echo, was radiating from somewhere close by. It was the same unique hum I had felt near the monoliths, near the portal sites. I discreetly altered my path, following the faint signal. It led me away from the city center, towards a more industrial area, a maze of warehouses and abandoned factories. The signal grew stronger, more defined. It wasn't a portal, it was something else. A subtle presence, a monitoring station. I approached a large, nondescript warehouse, its windows boarded up, its paint peeling. The energetic signature pulsed strongly from within. I found a small, unsecured service door on the side and slipped inside, moving silently. The interior was dark, dusty, and cavernous. Old machinery sat dormant, covered in tarps. The air was thick with the scent of stale oil and decay, But at the far end of the warehouse, nestled amongst forgotten crates, was a small, circular clearing. And in the center of that clearing, shimmering faintly, was a familiar sight, a smaller version of the central crystal from the Grand Assembly Chamber. It was perhaps only a meter tall, its facets gleaming with a soft, internal aurora, but its resonant hum was unmistakable, a miniaturized version of the cosmic symphony. This wasn't a portal, this was a direct link to the network, a communications relay, an observation point. I approached the crystal cautiously, my senses on high alert. There were no operators present, no featureless beings. The crystal stood alone, a silent, pulsating beacon. As I drew closer, the fragment and the sphere in my hands began to pulse brightly, their light intermingling with the crystal's aurora. The hum intensified, filling the vast warehouse, resonating deep within my bones. Then, from the surface of the crystal, a shimmering, three-dimensional projection coalesced in the air above it. It was a holographic image, intricate and dynamic. It showed the Earth glowing brightly, its vast landmasses and oceans swirling. And then it zoomed in, highlighting the state park where I had activated the network. From there, shimmering lines of emerald green energy spread outwards, across the continents, across the oceans, connecting to countless other points. The network was indeed expanding, slowly revitalizing the planet. Then the projection shifted. It focused on the city I was in, highlighting the square, the memorial, the speaker on the stage. I saw the subtle, energetic shifts, the threads of balance I had woven. The network had observed. It had acknowledged. The projection then expanded, showing humanity. Not just the discord and chaos, but also the small, quiet moments of connection I had fostered. Maria's kindness, Elena's gentle presence, the focused faces in my wellness workshop, the subtle shift at the memorial, the community organizer's newly resonant voice. The network wasn't just observing the problems, it was recognizing the solutions, the nascent sparks of balance. As the projection played, a soft, harmonious chime emanated from the crystal, vibrating not just in the air, but deep within my very core. It was a sound of affirmation, of understanding. I felt a surge of warmth, a profound connection that transcended words. It wasn't a command or even a message in the traditional sense. It was a recognition, a validation. The projection solidified into a single image, me standing here but with a subtle overlay. My form shimmered, imbued with symbols of all the beings I had encountered, the intricate patterns of the crystalline operators, the ancient wisdom of the root trees, the watchful intelligence of the insectoid caretakers. It was a visual representation of my role, the bridge, the nexus, the embodiment of the network's presence on Earth. Then the holographic image of me extended a hand. From its palm, a smaller, identical crystal, no bigger than my thumb, shimmered and detached itself, floating gently towards me. As it neared, the larger crystal in the warehouse pulsed one final, resonant chord, and the projection dissolved, leaving only the soft glow of the central crystal and the tiny, floating replica. The small crystal drifted silently into my outstretched hand. It was cool and smooth, pulsing with a faint, steady light, a miniature version of the powerful artifact. As my fingers closed around it, I felt an instantaneous, direct connection to the vast network. This wasn't just a symbol, it was a tool, a personal relay. No longer would I need to seek out distant portals or ancient nodes. This small crystal was my direct link, a constant line to the collective intelligence. Through it, I could send and receive information, channel more focused energy, and perhaps, eventually, even communicate directly with the operators. It was a profound gift, a crucial step in scaling my mission. The larger crystal in the warehouse dimmed slightly, its energy settling into a quiet hum, a sentinel patiently waiting. My time here at this specific relay was complete. I slipped the tiny crystal into my pocket, alongside the fragment and sphere, a triumvirate of power resting against my heart. I knew now that I was not alone. The network was not just a source of power, it was a partner, a guide, a silent witness to my every step. I turned and walked out of the warehouse, moving with renewed purpose. The city outside still throbbed with residual tension, but the immediate crisis had abated. The seeds of balance I had planted were still fragile, but they were there, nurtured by the silent work of the network. My previous hesitant approach to dealing with human systems now felt insufficient. Gentle nudges were important, but the scale of global discord required more. This new crystal, this direct link, offered unprecedented possibilities. I realized my mission was not just to heal the planet, but to teach it how to heal itself, to empower humanity to recognize its own innate connection to balance, to guide them towards a future where their own actions, their own choices, created harmony rather than chaos. But how to do this on a global scale, while avoiding the scrutiny of governments and institutions that would seek to control or contain me? As I navigated the quieter back streets, moving away from the industrial zone, a new understanding began to coalesce in my mind, guided by the whispers of the network through my new crystal. Direct confrontation, magical displays, these would lead to fear and capture. Subtle influence, acting through existing human channels, was the path forward. My current role as a community wellness leader was a miniature model. I needed to expand that model, to find other Maria and Alina's, other Ms. Hendersons, other community organizers around the world who were already working for balance, for positive change, and subtly amplify their efforts. I could be the unseen catalyst, empowering them to become conduits for the network's energy without ever revealing its cosmic source. I could identify points of energetic imbalance, environmental disasters, social injustices, political conflicts, and then from a distance, subtly influence the events, guiding key individuals, inspiring solutions, fostering empathy and understanding. I wouldn't be a miracle worker, but a hidden hand, helping humanity find its own way back to equilibrium. My path led me back towards the edge of the city, towards the bus station. I needed to return to my quiet life for now. My small apartment, my workshops, my human connections, these were my cover, my base of operations. From there I would plan, I would observe, and I would act. The immediate threat of government detection still lingered. I knew they were intelligent, resourceful, and relentless. But with the small crystal, I could monitor their efforts, sense their proximity, and find new ways to evade their surveillance. I was no longer merely hiding. I was strategically positioning myself, becoming a phantom force in their blind spot. As I boarded the late-night bus, blending into the tired crowd of travelers, I looked out at the passing city lights. The chaos was still there, the noise, the human struggle. But now I saw it differently. I saw the underlying currents of resilience, of hope, of the inherent human desire for connection. The network was already strengthening those currents, flowing beneath the surface, preparing the ground for a greater awakening. I leaned back in my seat, the hum of the bus a familiar rhythm. The small crystal against my chest pulsed faintly, a constant reminder of my cosmic mandate. The fragment and the sphere, my original tools, felt like ancient allies, their energy now seamlessly integrated with my own. My journey had taken me from a solitary search in the woods to a cosmic revelation, transforming me into a bridge between worlds. I was no longer just an individual. I was a conduit, a whisper of the universe, tasked with guiding my species back to its rightful place within the grand symphony of existence. The road ahead was long, fraught with complexity and invisible battles, but the fear that once shadowed me was gone, replaced by an unshakable resolve. I was ready to embrace my destiny, to become the unseen shepherd, to guide humanity towards its own awakening. The bus pulled away, carrying me towards the next stage of my mission. The world outside was still largely unaware, lost in its own discord, but a new era had dawned. A subtle revolution was unfolding, driven by a quiet force, an awakened human who carried the whispers of the cosmos in her heart. The journey had just truly begun.